Bombolenat. Namaste, everybody. Hope you guys have all had a great Diwali. Sending you all love. We've got the Star. We've got Howard. We got Hollowbone Hawk. And hope I haven't missed anybody. Big love to all of you guys. It's a great day today. We're leading into the Halloween, close to it. So I thought, I didn't know what to discuss today, to be honest. And it's been on my mind a lot lately that there's such powerful energies in transition at the moment. Please excuse this ball of sparks next to me. And so this is something that people asked for a while ago when we started touching on it in the round table. And I figured, well, let's connect the dots. 3 very interesting related topics. One which has been very obfuscated, in my opinion. Actually, all that have been obfuscated. I think we'll probably all agree on that. But before we get into the thick and the thin of it, namaste, out tuition. You've joined the crew. Lovely to all of you and everybody else sitting silently watching. Silently watching from the silence with eyes wide and watching. Let's announce the crew. We've got Indy Sage. Indy is at heart, he's Taoist, tempered by the flames of shamanic awareness and being put through life's paces, which is pretty much the shamanic initiations, really. He's a shadow worker primarily, but also very touched fingers in all the pots, so to speak. For those that don't know, very much eclectic, a researcher, an anthropologist, and tends to come at things from lots of different directions. And we've also got dear Cosmic Prankster here with us. Cosmic is our John D without a ball. And he's got a relationship with the Fae that have been providing him with information. He's been working with them for numerous years now and establishing a system of occult correspondences, practice, really metaphysics essentially as well. And so, yeah, Cosmic's also got a background in Western occultism, as have we all. I'm the BushWhisperer. I'm the local shaman here. Also had my fingers in all sorts of pies over the last few decades. Sending you all big love, big blessings. And let's hear from the brothers on the table, on the panel. I think India's escaped. There was a back door. There he went. Oh, there he is back. You know, India, it looked like you weren't wearing pants for a moment there. I think we're going to have a lot of ladies on soon. Me saying that, like, ding, 25 viewers, all women. India's upgraded the subscription. From now on, he doesn't wear pants, ladies. So
risque. Hey. No, I got some pants on, but yeah, it's a bit frisky out, but it's getting sunny. So the days have been beautiful here. They start cold and then they get hot. So it's been really interesting. No, I'm glad to be here today for a great discussion on the supernatural function of crystals, entities, and extraterrestrials. All of which I've kind of delved into a bit. As Franklin mentioned, I'm very much an eclectic and very much into research. I also have some of my own postulates and theories that can be found on my blog at vibetribescribe.wordpress.com. In the Innovative Theories article, I explore some of the ideas that I have to bridge the gap in physics for an integration theory. And work on some languages and number systems to trace us back to our root language of the birds. And a series of other projects involving getting to revere Mother Nature and commune with her and integrate with her and integrate with one another. As we know, a lot of us have been experienced the fact that we've been divided and conquered and separated from the collective and distracted with these devices. And it's been very entertaining to see how this unfold. But it's sadly kind of drawn a lot of people apart from another. And we're trying to bring everybody back together in this show. And we have a lovely audience there. Thank you for chats and everybody being out there. But we're just glad to be here and explore this lovely discussion today. And we're going to dive deep. So pass the mic to Cosmic. Glad to be here.
Hey, what's up, everybody? So this will be somewhat of an interesting topic today. I don't have like a terrible amount of experience when it comes to crystals, but I do have a lot of experience when it comes to entities. Pretty much my main practice consists of channeling and mediumship in some way, shape, or form. That's kind of the meat of the sort of the supernatural like aspect of what I do. But really, kind of what's been more interesting, more so than the Fae themselves, it's the worlds they've opened up to me. They've pretty much showed me this whole unexplored vistas of vast dream worlds that have been kind of untouched and unseen by humanity. So this is, the whole thing is a very exciting project, and they definitely have some insider knowledge when it comes down to what goes on the other side. So yeah, maybe I'll even like ask them a question during the show.
Nice. That's what we like to hear. You get the show on the road, ladies and gentlemen. It is an exciting topic. And I suppose we should start, supernatural. Start with word number 1. I should probably bring up the list of things that I put up there at some point. Because there's quite a few. I basically, when I was brainstorming the show, I put all the information that we will need on the page. Is that cheeky of me? That way you guys know what's going on, what we're going to be talking about. And that way we can go and check the page like, oh, right, that's what we're talking about. It's there. It's in the description. So I suppose starting with the supernatural, the idea behind would probably be a good place, which, worldview. Maybe we can just spend like 15 minutes, maybe 3 or 4, 5 minutes each, or a few minutes each, 10 minutes, 15 minutes altogether if we can. Worldview. I think worldview is fundamental when it comes to all of these things, because I believe that the nature of reality and consciousness is not separate. I believe my worldview, which has been really useful to me, and it can be useful to others, although it's always recognized and remember it's just a word view. And a word view is just a limited belief structure. And it's good to have a belief structure, but to be aware that the belief structure is a limitation, as well as a crutch, as well as a climbing tool. Because we can get stuck in our beliefs and get pincered in. That crab-like side of the self wants to sidestep everything and not move forwards because we've got all the knowledge we need. Let's just sidestep. So I think and then we become clever at maintaining a cage of thought and keeping ourselves locked. But fundamental idea to consider be the idea of the antiquous perception of panpsychism as an idea that relates to that the toric field that we're experiencing is consciousness. And that consciousness of the toric field moves around the outside. I want you to imagine a donut that's shaped like this. I'm showing you with my hands so you can perceive it abstractly. Don't want to put a two-dimensional picture on this. I want you to imagine it in your mind. So there's this toric field, which is a donut. It's like in front of you, but there's loops going like that, in and out, around the outside of the toric field. This is what a magnetic field looks like, right? The gravitational field of an atom is basically this, what we call an atom. And so imagine this toric field, right, as the substance of consciousness, and that thought is the mechanisms of these spirals moving in and out. One side of the spiral, we've got rational, conceptual, etheric thinking thought objects. The other side of the spiral, we've got the substance and the energy and the qualities that bind these thoughts into a systemic whole so that we don't experience a disjointed form of reality, as in like there's a continuity of this experience where the one moment is an expression of the next, but they're all a continuity of a single moment of experience, time. And so these two fields, the expressive and the impressive, we're being impressed by the emotional qualities and we're expressing our thoughts. and our thoughts are able to capture what we're being impressed by emotionally and express that rational perspective of the emotional field in the same way that we're able to rationally perceive and understand the emotional intensity of infinite experience that's coming to us. That's the state of harmony. So this state of this toric field from my model would be consciousness. But on the outside of this toric field, there's a crystallization occurring on the outside and on the inner ridge. And the inner ridge and the outer ridge is really the same point, the point of proverbial rest. And that point of proverbial rest is polarized on the outside, producing what is a crystallized form. But because the toric field is rotating and constantly moving, that form is constantly adjusting and shaping itself, the physical reality, which is essentially an emanation or series of emanations of consciousness. This is an idea of a worldview. If you can suspend your belief ideas for a moment and try and entertain that for new people. For many of us, it's probably we have our own models which are similar, different, same, whatever, different ways of conceiving similar ideas, an infinite spiral of consciousness that manifests reality. But to try and suspend this idea, to understand this as panpsychism, that the consciousness that's coming out of this is the source of life, and this life is really being manifested in the form that we experience, which is a myriad of forms that are all connected through a singular experience of form, and that all of these forms are alive because they express the living breath of consciousness from whence all things arises. There's my 2 cents worth. So, yeah, I thought we could go around the circle. We could each give 3 different versions of this idea, and it might become a more inclusive and a better understanding. And
yeah, I love.
And
go ahead and
namaste,
finish what you're
Vincent. Sorry, brother.
Go ahead and finish what you were saying. I didn't want to cut you off there. All right. So I think that's a wonderful idea, the idea of the toric field as the consciousness. And if you can imagine like the donut shape being the field of the mind, which also has been established to be very similarly the field of the heart, in the heart mind, which seems to extend a lot further. I think 500 times more magnetic than the brain, but neither here nor there. If you look at the shape itself, and then you can imagine rings, infinite rings inside of the donut that spiral back, that go down and then spiral back up through the top. And there's infinite amounts of rings that can be combined into a cylinder together. And that cylinder is then combined into a circle. And so if those infinite rings are always cycling back and cycling back and cycling back, there's really not necessarily a context of where you could be in that donut. You could potentially have multiple spots lit up simultaneously in potentially different patterns, what have you. But I like what Franklin had said about there being a spiral, which is a different way to imagine that cylinder being occupied by movement of the mind, paths of thought, so to speak. So I think that's also very interesting. But to me, if there's a spiral, it kind of implies that there's a direction upon which you would move in the cylinder, in the donut. So I suppose you could potentially move forward and backwards, but it would mean moving a different direction on the spring or the spiral. So that's fascinating. It opens up to so many things, but I feel like there could be a spiral that connects the different circles. That would be in a way in which they interwove with each other. So that's just a little thought that I had. I want to pass it down to Cosmic to see if he's got any ideas on this.
Yeah, I definitely have my ideas. And to further your comment on how do we map out where we are in the toric field, and my simple answer to that is to figure out what structures exist outside of the donut, because that's kind of what I've been doing with Zarfexology. And so the way that, so I have this system called Zarfexes, which are essentially kind of collections of infinite consciousness. So their idea of that. So in this system, it's different because it's not based on oneness. And because it's not based on oneness, and sees the universe as more of a multiplicity, it kind of sort of splits off the universe into kind of this bubble foam where it's like there's each sort of bubble represents one kind of infinite three-dimensional reality. And the reason why I think it's important for I kind of was thinking about this the other day, like, I tout this whole, two-ness as opposed to oneness, but I was thinking to myself, why am I so drawn to this particular way of thinking, And then I was thinking about like the implications of like, belief systems and how they, perceive our reality. And I realized that, people, when it comes to how they perceive reality, they just see everything as one Zerfax, not even a Zarfax. They see everything as one reality, and everybody fights over what that definition of reality is. And people have war and they get, they fight over each other. No, this is what the truth is. No, this is what the truth is. But what I've realized is that each one of these different worldviews, it's like there's a certain dimensional frequency in which each type of worldview sort of exists in, essentially a kind of a part of a hierarchy of a larger sort of collective consciousness. So you think about like the monotheistic religions play a certain role, the skeptics play a certain role, just like different organs have different functions in the body. So the way I see it, like, what's so mind-blowing about this practice and what the Fae have shown me is that by taking that oneness and splitting it into two, it's like you can perceive higher levels of infinity that I couldn't experience before, because when you can make the infinite tangible by subscribing it to a sphere called a Zerfax, it's almost like you can stretch your perception of infinity to even farther and farther dimensions that you possibly could before. So, and you know what? I was also thinking about the oneness. I actually have a tarot analogy, right? So I was thinking about the dichotomy between the card of the devil and the lovers, right? So with my system, or the phase system they've been teaching me, their whole idea is that they see the universe as a kind of a duad. So father is Zith and mother O. So kind of the light and the void kind of coming together to create sort of a sexual sort of creation. And I was thinking about the devil card, and I was thinking about like the idea that, so in the devil card, you have the man and the woman sort of standing next to each other. And then you have the devil at the kind of standing on top of a gray stone, right? And both of them are chained to the block. And I was thinking about it. There's that these cards are different because in the devil's card, the male and female are bound to a kind of false oneness, right? In this kind of this. But with the lover's card, the masculine and feminine are distinct and separate. But because they have that, they have the freedom to truly be themselves and truly the freedom to exist as they are. They can truly fulfill their duties and, obligations in a proper way, not constrained by, certain ideas and concepts. So I guess the way I would look at, and that's the thing, because, a lot of people would think, well, there's all these separate universes that says, we're basically all separate. But the whole, and you can see right here with this card, you see the masculine and the feminine are kind of bound to this androgynous, because you think about this is technically Baphomet, who's got the hand pointing up, the hand pointing downward, the horns, the ears, the salve coagula of whatever that guy is, forget his name. But anyway, it's see that because they can't exist in their distinctiveness, they're kind of bound by this kind of false oneness, and thus they sort of lose what makes them distinctive. And so that's what I was kind of thinking about the other day, about how sometimes, the problem with oneness is that sometimes you can be what you might think is the entire universe might be a small subsection of something far, far larger. And because of that, because you assume that infinity stops at a certain point, there's all sorts of insight and wisdom that you don't necessarily. And if you look at the lover's card here, you can see that the male and female are kind of more distinctive. There is a unifying principle with the angel sort of in the middle, just kind of hanging out there sort of ambiently, but they're not bound to it by a chain, the male and the female. So in a way, what this card represents is interconnectivity without while still retaining distinctiveness and individuality. That's kind of the way I think about it, because it's like, in a lot of ways, if you think about the Lovers and you think about the Devil card, these are essentially two different ways of approaching the masculine and feminine dynamic. The Lovers essentially being the male and the female existing in their own kind of duad, where or opposed to the Devil card, where you have that same duad being forced into a monad essentially against their will. And I think there's a lot to unpack there with those ideas. But I think in essence, though, the way I look at things and the way I understand magic is that you kind of have to, like, my whole thing is about seeing beyond the oneness, because, and it's not that I degrade the whole concept, because I used to believe in the oneness, right? But here's the way I kind of conceptualize this in my head. So you think of yourself first as an individual being existing in the universe, right? But then you meditate, and then you start to realize, you're the plants around you. You start to realize you're the mountains, and you start to see you're seeing the star. And you get to the point where you expand your sense of self to the very edges of the observable universe. And then you sort of think like, well, this must be everything, right? There's nothing beyond this. But with my practice, it's like you see like this black void, but then you kind of tear open. But then I think to myself, but what if there's something beyond this oneness? And it's like a light bulb shows up and all these worlds like just light up and show outside this whole vast, extra dimensional cosmos that we haven't even seen before. And I think the reason for that is I think so many belief systems in our lives, they oppress us, they put us down, they try to tell us what we can think, what we can't feel, and we feel like they have the authority, they have the knowledge. And what this wisdom really shows you is that, because these beings don't have it figured out, that means it's up for grabs. It's up for speculation, and in the way it's like, it kind of shows like a freer existence, a freer universe. And the thing is, like, because with the whole like organic thing, like you talk about, Franklin, is that if the universe is explicitly organic, and then it's almost like the idea of morality and ethics become a self-emergent property. Because if you think about like a body, for example, right? Like I'm a human body, and if I take a knife and I cut my hand, it's going to hurt. And if I have a cut in my hand, the rest of the body is going to be like, okay, we got to stop what we're doing. We got to deal with this cut. And in the same way, ethics are like that. And if we're all this sort of collective mind, if someone is getting hurt, that's almost like, someone, like a cell in your body, like some kind of like a bruise or a cut, you notice it. And so it almost has a kind of self-preservation instinct. And I think maybe one of the reasons like why things have gotten so dark and cold is because we don't see the world as a machine and as a organism anymore. We see it as this like machine. So I know I've kind of like rambled on with, what I'm talking about, but basically my overall epistemology is sort of seeing things as a sort of a multidimensional bubble foam, right? But I think there is some overlap between, the model of reality that I'm working with and some of the other models of reality that you guys have been brought to the table here. So yeah, it's basically kind of a sort of a general outline of my metaphysical POV.
Cool, that's excellent. Yeah, to respond to the oneness versus the dualism or the multiplicity of things, I think if I could respond to it, in Taoism, the idea of oneness is beyond the words, and so it kind of posits the idea that words themselves attempt to divide things for referential sake. And so words themselves show kind of in our minds that there is a division, whereas the oneness itself enables that perception and the innumerable different perspectives to happen. So the oneness contains each individual and their personal subjective mind and imagination within them. That's a world in itself as part of the oneness. And the oneness itself goes beyond the physical plane. It also combines the unseen plane of the Tao, which is the source of the yin and yang manifestations. that we see in the physical world, but you can access the Tao through the imagination, through transcending the limitations of our perceptions by seeing from within, going back to the source. And so we are all ultimately one with the unseen. It's just not something that we can view with our two eyes on our face necessarily. But I think it's interesting to see the dynamism within that view of oneness that contains dualism, triplicity, quadruplicity, etc. Many different. It allows ultimately innumerable different interpretations of the same source and the same manifestations from a different perspective. So, like two twins might have the same DNA, but since they have a different perspective and they've seen different things, they've been told different things, they've learned different things, they've developed a different imagination. And so they have become separate from each other in some ways, but ultimately they are connected in the unseen. So I feel like the unseen is everywhere. It's said to be ubiquitous. But it doesn't ever have any contrast. It doesn't blink out and in. So there's no way for us to notice it because it's always present. It's always in the same form. So I feel like it's just like anything else. We just kind of tune it out. But things like that, like your heartbeat, you can kind of learn to kind of hone in and listen into it. And so in those places, that's where you can go from your own personal imagination world back into the source world of higher consciousness, where all of the other imaginations connect to. So I think that's really interesting that that cosmics really explore the different branches of where minds can go in his system, and that's a beautiful thing. We don't really have too many systems or any really system that really enables or allows for different perspectives to be entertained and then kind of mapped out to be where they lie and how they relate to one another. And I think that's a fabulous thing that you're working on there.
Yeah, it's kind of a different approach to it because like Sliz, because there's a whole concept in Zarfexology called the Zerfikes, right? And there's 7 different Zerfikes that exist, different types, and they're essentially like certain belief systems that kind of keep you contained within the Zarfex. But where the hell is I going to go with this? And that in order to
I live in perspective.
Hold on. I had a thought here, and so where was I going? Oh, but the idea is that you don't transcend a Zerfikes by proving it's wrong. You don't do it by proving its contradictions because it's essentially like in the system, it's organic. It has a life force. It has a survival instinct, for example. So for example, so let's take monotheism, for example. I could, go over the Bible and go over all the contradictions and all the parts that don't make sense, but that spirit, that entity in the collective consciousness still exists regardless of whatever, ideas that I come up with. So instead, because the reality is with these belief systems, you can't really disprove it to another person because they'll never admit it's wrong. But what they kind of do is, here, let me pull up a little infographic here. Hang on a second there. Let's get, where is this picture? All right, then I'm going to get that. Share screen. All right, here we go. So, to get this, I don't think the image is the image on the screen. I think you might have to okay that, Franklin. So
very strange how that happens because I've got it set to just pop.
So anyway, so basically the idea in this system is that this is kind of the map out of how an individual relates to a Zarfex. And if you notice, there's different channels. You have the Phi Zerfax channel, the Kid Zerfax channel, the A Zerfax channel, Ni Zerfax. Then you have the other side. So this left side represents the physical plane. and the right side more represents the magical astral plane. So then you have the Vidzerfax, Kidzerfax, Zaphras, and Ezerfax. So the idea is, imagine that each one of these circles represents a different reflection of the three-dimensional universe, right? So each circle is essentially an infinite three-dimensional universe, but a copy of it. So this is sort of like your normal waking consciousness where you're going to work and you're paying your bills and you're doing, and this is basically where this is the channel where the sort of the monotheistic religions exist, your Christianity, Judaism, etc. And then down here you have a sort of a copy of this universe up here, but this time you're only in your head. You're very intellectual. The outside world seems distant and abstract. And this is where the atheist, materialist universe essentially exists. So the idea is each one of these channels, people's consciousness exists in different spaces. So people who are more traditionally magic oriented would exist, their consciousness more exists in the Zaphras channel. If you're into chaos magic, you exist in the Ezerfax channel. And if you're sort of a oneness mystic types, you probably spend a lot of your time, I'm sure you two probably spend a lot of your time in the Kidzerfax channel, and maybe on special occasions, the upper Vidzerfax channel, some of the lowers. So the idea is that with oneness, when you think of everything as oneness, everything gets compressed. All of existence gets compressed into one of these circles, and everybody's fighting over which one has the correct interpretation of the circle, not realizing they're all existing in different circles. But the idea is all of these different channels, all these different 8 channels are unified in what's called over here, which is known as the Zarfex nucleus. This is the sort of the omega point in this section of existence where all these worldviews and all these channels that talk about intersect into a singularity. And by sort of learning, so basically what I've been doing with my practice is I've been sort of just existing in all 8 of these channels by kind of over my life, kind of taking on all these different belief systems. And what you realize is by going through all these different belief systems, exploring this different paradigm, you start to notice a larger sort of metaphysical landscape that seems to contain all of them. Kind of like, it's kind of similar to Robert Anton Wilson's reality tunnel concept. I'm sure some of the people here would be familiar with that, where everybody has a different sort of reality tunnel. But with this system, I take that idea very literally.
May I ask, for those of us that don't know this person, could you give us just a brief idea of background of who this person is you're mentioning?
Okay, so Robert Anton Wilson was he was a sort of a writer. He's popular with a lot of like Discordian and chaos magic. He's famous for writing a book called the Illuminatus trilogy. But he's mostly famous for his idea of maybe logic, where he basically is agnostic about literally every aspect of existence. And so he sees that everything is sort of like partially true, which is kind of sort of what's going on with this thing right here. But I think what was different with Robert Anton Wilson's theory is that he didn't have a Zarfex nucleus for all these reality tunnels, right? They just kind of existed sort of, going every which way. There was no organizing principle around all these reality tunnels. And that's what this system is essentially trying to create, a sort of omega point. And then what gets more interesting, though, is that you start to realize, well, if there's infinite Zerfaxes, why aren't there also infinite Zarfexes? And then you get into the outer Zarfexes, which is where the Fae spirits that I actually talk to say they come from. And I don't know where else to go along with this. I guess I might as well, if you guys have any other questions, feel free to ask.
Well, you're sharing some beautiful information here as a starting point. I suppose it kicks us into this, into this beautiful, robust conversation about the nature of reality and how this, what you call the, this writing so darn small. This Zin. No, it's not your fault. It's I refuse to wear glasses. That's really what this is about. I'm far-sighted, right? I'm a little bit far-sighted, and the older I get, the slightly more far-sighted I get. So my eyes are really good when I'm like looking at things far away or a bit of a distance away. But the moment I'm like right here reading something, it becomes more and more challenging.
Gotcha.
I need to do eye exercises basically. So this Zin, this beautiful Zorro with the funky, with that, it's got a ruin on it, hey? Isn't that beautiful? It's got one of the Futhak ruins on it, or also the Germanic ruins.
It's what the Fae
on the
call
side
the
there.
Zith. ZTH.
Yes. Zith.
Yeah,
Zith.
Zith and O. Basically,
Yeah.
the Fae is sort of, they don't really have a lot in terms of mythology because they have this multi-dimensional kind of perspective. You can't really put this into a complex mythology. It just really wouldn't make sense. But the little myth that they kind of told me is that sort of the universe, that Zith and O are kind of like the eternal lovers of existence. And they basically were sort of spawned at the same time at sort of like opposite ends of the universe. And our existence is these two forces essentially coming together and meeting. But what makes it different from Taoism and a lot of the other systems is that Taoism ultimately sees everything as emanating from the Tao. It ultimately sees that Tao as ultimate reality, and yin and yang are just sort of the placeholders that kind of help us understand the Tao in the most tangible way possible, even if you can't get all the way. Zarfexology basically says, no, it didn't start from one. It always started out as two, which is it's really kind of difficult to wrap your head around. But they basically, what they explain is that they think that basically everything in existence has a kind of is created by sort of by sexual acts, whether that in a literal way or a more abstract metaphorical way. And their idea is that if everything kind of came from the oneness, that wouldn't create the passion and the energy to truly create life, and that passion and that desire has to come from complementary frequencies, because if everything is just one, it's because it would just all be neutralized, right? And so that's why they even have a theory about homosexuality and lesbianism, right? Because from their perspective, if there's only masculine and feminine energies intermingling with each other, that energy is going to become diluted and neutralized, and thus they'll lack the sort of the fertilizing spark to create life. So what they say is, like, for example, with like homosexuality, they say it's a conservative creation principle in that it maintains the sort of divine masculine without it getting too diluted by the divine feminine. And for lesbianism, the same thing. The idea that their sort of energy sort of maintains the energy of the divine feminine without sort of getting diluted by the masculine. So it's like all these different forces kind of create a sort of homeostasis in the universe. Okay, so someone asked a question: what does a Zerfax mean? So Zerfax is the term that describes each one of these circles on this chart. So each circle that you see here is a Zerfax, and each one of these symbols designates what type of Zerfax it is. So, for example, this Zerfax that I'm pointing here with my mouse is called a Rizerfax, which is RHY. And the Rizerfax is a Zerfax of essentially an infinite white void, right? Whereas the Ozerfax down here, this represents a three-dimensional infinite black void. And each one of these symbols essentially represents a different type. Like this green one, this is called the Kid Zerfax. This is essentially the organic Zerfax. So your physical body is a Kid Zerfax. Nature is Kid Zerfaxal. And there's 23 different types. And as you know here, you can basically take different symbols and combine them to create new meanings and different types of Zerfaxes. So it's not just the 23 symbols, but you can combine these symbols, create new Zerfaxes, and it just kind of, goes endlessly like that. So that, I would say that's a basic definition. So basically, if I would say, it's essentially, think of it as a dimensional experience bubble. So for example, I don't remember the person who initially gave me this inquiry, but I'll address them. So she She Q Wills, right? So She Q Wills, I want you to take a look at where you are at right now, what room you're in. Are you in a room? Are you outside? Are you on the deck? Are you out in the field? Are you in your car? And so, well, it doesn't matter. But the idea is wherever the edge of your subjective vision lies, that's the edge of the Zerfax you exist in. But it's kind of like a hamster wheel, so that if I walk forward, that edge is always kind of like away from me, and I can't quite get it, like a dog is reaching its own tail. So the way to actually traverse through different Zerfaxes is to actually alter your consciousness via either substances, meditative work, trance, mindset, magical practice. And through changing your state of consciousness, you can enter into different Zerfaxes. So for example, like let's say I'm in a very azerfaxal state of mind. I've been at work all day, I've been grinding the 9 to 5, world. And then, I come home and then I kind of just like, sit in nature and kind of forget about the day and feel oneness. Then when you were in that state of consciousness, you move upward to the Kizerfax. Even though the 3-dimensional world seems the same around you, you move to a different 4th-dimensional Zerfax when your state of consciousness changes or shifts. So I think that's I can go on and talking about this whole, because this whole system is about exploring all the different intricacies and patterns of all the different Zerfaxes. But I think so far that's a pretty generally good layout of what the definition means.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that Robert Anton Wilson's system of what is it? Mind tunnel, reality tunnels, was actually integrated by Timothy Leary into the 8 circuit system of consciousness. And so they're organized into and amongst the 8 circuits. And I know that there's 4 terrestrial circuits and 4 post-terrestrial circuits. The terrestrial circuits are oral biosurvival is the first one. Anal emotional territorial is the second one. Time bending semantic or logical is the third one. And socio-sexual is the fourth one of the terrestrial circuits. Then of the 4 post-terrestrial circuits, we have the holistic neurosomatic circuit, the collective neurogenetic circuit, the meta-programming circuit, and the quantum non-local circuit. So amongst those 8 circuits, Timothy Leary suggested that different psychedelic drugs can help us rise to the higher post-terrestrial circuits through entheogenic rituals. And he said that ketamine was probably the most effective to reach the 8th circuit.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that, because I have actually explored these 8 circuits and see how they fit in with my particular Zerfax model, and it actually kind of does fit. So if you could bring that back up, Franklin, my diagram, I can actually kind of show how his model maps onto mine. So if we talk about the biosurvival circuit, I would say that would be the Zerfax. That's basically your basic, physical matter, bringing into the world, sort of thing, kind of the mama sort of matrix of physical reality. This is basically the matter channel, but it's also the channel where nihilism basically exists. And for the emotional territorial circuit, that would probably exist in the Azerfax channel, because that's all about cities, building structures, mainstream culture, monotheistic religion, conservatism, that kind of thing. Then for the semantic linguistic, the 3rd circuit, that maps out perfectly to the Zerfax channel, which is essentially the intellectual, rational, logical channel, which is also the channel that's responsible for linear time. Then for the socio-sexual circuit, that would be the Kizerfax channel on the side of the Zarfax interior, because everything in the Zarfax interior, these are 4 circuits that deal with the physical, mundane reality. And over here, these would be the other 8 circuits. So for the 5th one, the somatic holistic circuit, would best be mapped in the Kizerfax channel, which is in the indeterminate zone, which is also the state of mind. This is also the channel you enter in when you partake cannabis, is you enter the Kizerfax channel. Then at the 6th channel, you say it's the collective channel. This is the Vizerfax channel. This is the channel you take when you try, psychedelics like LSD, psilocybin, DMT, and the Vizerfax essentially represents a kind of interconnected Zerfax. It's all about, it's basically the Zerfax of interconnected hyperdimensional fractals. Then when you have the 7, the programming circuit, which is the Zaphras channel. Now the Zaphras channel, this is, like I mentioned before, is where you do a lot of magic, ritual work, like when you're doing like a Golden Dawn style ritual, like where you're getting the pentagram out and you're doing that, you're basically in Zaphras territory. And for the 8th circuit, the non-local, and like you said before, Indy, that Timothy Leary and Wilson said ketamine was the best way to access the channel. That would be best fit in the Etherfax channel, because I also realized that dissociative drugs like ketamine take you to this particular Zerfax channel down here. So the Etherfax channel is the dissociative channel. It's big, vast spaces of black space with a lot of ideas sort of floating around like islands, if you will. So it's kind of in a way the opposite of the Vizerfax channel, where here everything is connected and here everything is disconnected, floating around in a sort of an infinite void space. And because they're both sort of like different factors of the Zarfex, you could see how being in either one of these channels could lead to the conclusion of some kind of mystical perception of what reality is. So in a lot of ways, I would say that Timothy Leary and Robert Anton Wilson's 8th circuit model maps out in some pretty interesting ways in terms of the model that I've created here. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, and also Robert Anton Wilson's system was called Discordianism, and it revolved around the story of Eris and the golden apple, which he kind of threw into the banquet of the goddesses who all fought over it. Whoever would be the most fairest of all would get the golden apple, and they couldn't come to an agreement on who was the most fairest of all. And so, according to that story, she kind of like basically brought chaos to the picture. And so his philosophy is about chaos, worshiping chaos as the god, which he refers to sometimes as Catzilla, just kind of as a joke, like instead of like Godzilla being like God is a dog or something. So there's like a lot of fun little like witty little things in his wording and choice of symbols that he uses to represent everything. But he definitely gives more credence to chaos as part of an organized system than any really known system, and kind of celebrates it in a lot of ways. But he'll point out things where chaos comes into like established things, like our established beliefs, our established assumptions. It's like most people think this, but then what about that? He'll point that kind of stuff out to kind of show that his philosophy is pretty spot on, because people don't usually allow for the paradox in Western thought.
Beautiful sharing, brothers. Beautiful sharing, Cosmic. And namaste. It's Luke time. Oh, I like that. It's Luke time. That's pretty cool, man. You should hashtag that and put that up and create a YouTube channel called It's Luke time. I think that could work. Yeah, welcome to the show. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope you're all smiling nicely. And what a day here in Cape Town. It's been beautiful and gorgeous as always. There's your daily weather report. It's just going to get better. I think it's really lovely that we're sort of breaking down the matter and the concept behind the manifestational streams of matter. And you know what, Cosmic, what you were saying aligns very well when we look at this. I always have to bring up the Saturn Square. I'm not even Capricorn, but the Capricorns are out there like, yeah, do it, man. But it's such a beautiful notion, and it shows us there once again, these fundamental 8 squares dancing around Mercury. And that's very interesting, because this relationship between Mercury and Capricorn is such a powerful one. Yeah. The number 5 and the number 8 having these powerful relations. And it's very interesting if you really look at these 8 points. what they are suggesting in terms of polarizing potential and things that keep things in check. The Mercury is sort of like that point of movement at the center, the heart of all of these 8 principles that keeps the system organically moving. Give you an idea to conceptualize exactly what is going on here, and a slightly more abstract concept as well, which is probably worth looking at, is the and this in itself, to break this down would be probably a show in itself, but this is now the number 5 broken down, and we can see what we've got going on here. We've got 8 pegging us in the fundamental corner, right? This is always quite telling, that we're starting with this peg point. On the other end, we've got 57, which is 12 pegging us here. There we've got 10 pegging us, and there we've got 1 pegging us. And that obviously becomes 1 and 10, which is 11. And that becomes 8 and 12, which is 20. So it brings us back to the scale of 2 and sensitivity. And this numeric square is in itself yet a mystery to dive into, and it will spit out numerous different associations. But even just looking at the sigil here, the sigil of Mercury, you can see it's got the 4 squares in the center, reminiscent of the number 4. But look at what it's done with the other 4 squares. It's taken the other 4 squares and it's halved each of the 4 squares, right? And it's put a half of the 4 square here with the other half pointing in this direction, and half of the 4 square here with the other one pointing down at the top, and the half of the 4 square at the top with the other half pointing up. And so it is done here and here. I hope you guys can see my mouse so that you understand what I'm talking about. Let me know, Indy, if my mouse is not visible.
It's visible. Yeah, you good.
Okay, good. So you've got these 8 triangles, but they actually make up squares, as you can see, across the top. And so each one of these 4 squares, as you can see, has been subdivided. This one has been subdivided at top and bottom. This square has been subdivided top and bottom. This square has been subdivided left and right. This square has been subdivided left and right. And so you can see that the 4 squares, the number 4, has been subdivided into 8 divisions of that 4, splitting it up to produce the number 8, because there are still 4 squares. There might be 12 geometric symbols, but there are still 4 squares. And we're observing how the 4 squares, the polarities of the 4 operate. And so these are the 8 fundamental numbers that are rotating around the number 5 that we see here. So you can see this very subtle relationship between Saturn and Mercury, which is why Saturn and Mercury share such a close affinity in terms of vibration. Saturn representing information and knowledge and the balancing of the spiritual and the physical domains. The number 8, the materializing potential that has the knowledge of spiritual forces and the occult. 5 represents the alchemist, represents the, that one which is dynamically looking at how the system operates, the communicator, shall we say, that aspect of gaining that information through the act of communication. So they have to work hand in hand, number 5 and number 8. And of course, when we bring 5 and 8 together, we end up back at 13, that sacred number, which brings us back to 4. And 4 is the knowledge that number 8 is carrying. And 4 is also the knowledge that number 5 is communicating, which I'll probably make that more clear when I pull up the Enneagram later. But yeah, so what you guys are saying is all hammering home, and cosmic, your system as always is translucent and adding up. It doesn't seem to contradict any of the ancient knowledge. It just seems to be a very refreshed, a new way of looking at things, putting things into a different perspective, a different focus, which I think is always useful and helpful. The more different ways that we look at something, the more likely we are to gain some kind of fundamental understanding of what it is that we're looking at. Okay, so now we've taken a look at the structure of the supernatural, because that's really what we've spent the first sort of 50 minutes on, which I think is really, really useful and really helpful. Yeah, Howard, I love that sigil too. I just can't get enough of it. It's the gift it just keeps giving. There's an idea for you, Cosmic. I challenge you to find a sigil and a square of numerological associations that you can put that concept of yours into working model. I mean, it works with the Saturn Square, I think, but like I think you could probably find a different one, you know, a different way of looking at it based upon the fundamentals that produce your system. Might be an interesting adventure for you to look at, speak to the face, see what they say. But yeah, so looking at the supernatural forces, which are the fundamental structuring potential that consciousness uses to manifest the physical plane of experience, which is actually just an echo chamber of consciousness rebounding back towards our own sense of experience based upon our thinking and our emotional currents of the Ida and the Pingala, which is the emotional and thinking, the astral and the etheric currents, where the etheric produces the containers of structure, of mata, of mathematics, of sacred geometry that crystallizes the potentials of each numeration in order for the quality of energy of the astral to permeate through this and produce the movement and shifting qualities through the structure so that it gains the sense of movement and that we can see the dynamism of the structure of reality that we're experiencing. Because just like that crazy madman Newton and all of those that followed him wanted to abstractly think of reality as being stuck, stationary, and in a vacuum, it's just not how it is it? Reality is very much a mobile thing, which is why the divine feminine perspectives are often much more easy to engage with, because they always take into account the cyclical nature of reality. And with that said, you know, the supernatural functions of the crystals and how it relates to entities and extraterrestrials would probably be a good place to look at, to start with. So what are crystals? And crystals are particular structures of atoms. And these atoms create particular patterns. And crystals always triangulate. So they have normally triangulating potential. Some of them have different forms that build out of these triangles into cubic forms, octahedron forms. For example, quartz has a fairly large sphere of expansion from this. Lots of different forms. We can sort of get into the details of quartz as well, the different mathematics behind the different numbers and how they work. And that, once again, will take us back into, you know, the Saturn Square, and the Enneagram is probably an easy way of putting these forces in terms of planetary potentials onto these so we can map it. But so crystals are really potential structures that carry qualities, but that the qualities are fixed into these crystal forms. It means that the qualities hold. Now, what does that mean, hold? This is my limited reach of aesthetics for the language, limiting what I'm saying. When I say hold, I mean, let's look at a radio. Why does a radio work? Well, a radio works because the crystal has consistency. It's constant. What does that mean? The vibration of a crystal is consistent. It doesn't change. Oh, right. It's crystallized. So you can use a crystal, quartz, to keep time. So we have quartz watches, right, that are tuned in to the harmonic pitch of the quartz, which produces cyclical patterns that are perfect, or as near to perfect as we can get. So crystals lock things in. They lock in qualities, where very often qualities would be moving, adjusting, changing, flowing through various different forms of the etheric sacred geometric patterns. Crystals lock in a particular frequency. And I think frequency being the fundamental word here, that's really quite a powerful key for us to start. And you mentioned the Y and the H, which is very interesting. Yeah, the 15. And that 15 is really beautiful, just to bring that back to Howard, right? Because, yeah, we've got 15. Any line you take it is 15, right? Any line you take it is 15. And the yod and the he are sort of the fundamental structuring potentials. So when we look at that name, we're really looking at the yod and the he. The vav is the connector. The vav is what's connecting the yod to the hair. And the hair is containing what is connected with the yod and the hair. So it's sort of like what Cosmic was saying about unity and polarity, right? That polarity has always existed. I believe that my way of saying what you were saying, Cosmic, would be as long as there has been unity, there has been polarity. I don't think one came before the other. I think like the chicken and the egg. When polarity existed, unity existed. Before, unity could not have existed without polarity. What would be unified? Think about it for a moment. Unity needs to unify different things. In order for different things to be able to be unified, there needs to be the polarizing potential for many things to exist. So multiplicity, as we're taught in Western occult schools, didn't essentially arise from the monad, but the monad and the multiplicity came into being as a result of each other, which is almost it's a conundrum of thought, right? It's a chicken and egg situation, like which came first. They came into existence because of each other, but that sort of suggests that each other is the same thing that came into existence. It's a perspective of the polarizing thought and consciousness, I think, that produces this particular nuance of perceiving things. So getting back to the crystallization, this crystallization produces a fixed pattern. So crystals are the powerful harmonic carriers, couriers. What do I mean by harmonic couriers? They carry the rhythm principle of Hermetics powerfully. So before we dive into why I'm using the rhythm, we've got the 7 principles of Hermetics. For those of you that haven't delved too deeply into Hermetics, it's the most beautiful, simplest system, and it's purely conceptual. And hence, there's no drawings. There's no necessity. I have a couple of drawings banging around that I can show you about how the 7 becomes the 9 in the Enneagram, which is useful thought crutches. But the system of Hermetic thought is essentially without crutches. So when we think of the Hermetics, to break it down in 2 minutes, if I can, the universe consists as a state of pure thought. The thought is not differentiated. The thought is not polarized. The thought is not unified. The thought just is. What is, is. It's the is. This is became the structure of what reality is. In order for this reality to come into being, there had to be the polarization, which was the polarity between the multiplicity and the unity. That was the primary polarity. But this primary polarity between the multiplicity and the unity, which we experience as the forces of Mercury, that which can touch the divine and the physical, was a reflection of the process of being in 2 states or 2 places at once, which is a contradiction of term, a contradiction of form. Because what is cannot be divided, multiplied, added to, or subtracted from. However, we have this conundrum that seems to be implying a division and a subtraction from that which is, and then a compounding of that subtraction in order to form multiplicity, which is a contradiction of terms from the unity. And by the unity, I don't mean the unity of the monad, I mean that which is, right? Not unity as a concept, but just everything just is. And so from that everything that just is, it cannot be divided from, had to become this dividing factor. And this produced harmonics, vibration. And the vibration was a suggestion that something can exist at 2 places at once. But in order for that to be the case, there would have to be a movement that transcends time. We call this the quantum field. The quantum field, or the quantum entanglement field, the Higgs field, the ether, had to produce this vibrational field. And the vibrational field exists because that which cannot be divided is existing here, even though it didn't leave its domain. And so it exists, it doesn't exist. It exists, it doesn't exist. It exists, it doesn't. It's moving without moving. It's moving faster than movement. And the movement is stationary, but yet there is movement. So this vibration became the structuring of space-time. And space-time became an expression of the vibrational field. Vibration being the 3rd field of the Hermetic fields of consciousness. First field being that which is. The third field being what produced reality, vibration. But the third field came into account because of the second field, which is that potential of producing the polarity between the multiplicity and unity, where unity is merely a polarizing potential of multiplicity, as opposed to that which is. And so the word unity here becomes something to question. Then from these 3 points, which became the fundamental triangle that we will see everywhere in the occult, produced the other 3 triangles. This triangle became the spiritual plane, the spiritual field of existence. The spiritual field of existence once again became polarized. The polarizing potential of this field of expression became the third movement, which the third movement from that which is the fourth principle of Hermes, which is the principle of polarity. The principle of polarity polarized in order for this to become 2 different things. That polarity produced the polarity between the astral plane and the etheric plane, the polarity between the ability to receive and to give. And the polarity was also a measuring yardstick for the excitement of vibration, so that it could have a place to excite. Within the polarity, there was space. Space was the result of this field of consciousness. So this consciousness then taking on the field of space due to polarity, which represents the energy which is the foundational reflection and source of vibration, which is the expression of that polarity, polarizing effect of the unity and the multiplicity coming into being as a reflection of that which is. There we have the first 4 principles of Hermes rooted within the sphere of the heart chakra, polarity. And so this polarizing potential of the heart polarizes all of the blood plasma, polarizes the electrical field of the consciousness in the body, the electrical system, the hormonal system. It keeps the systems in a state of polarity, and the movement that is produced keeps generating the electrical charge necessary to run the body. So this then polarity of space gave rise to rhythm, because there was now a space for this vibration to exist. And this vibration existing within a space, it could be observed, it could be measured. The measuring of this space of polarity, the measure, Saturn, solar plexus, produced the rhythm, because rhythm is how you measure vibration. And so the rhythm became a set of tones that could keep everything in its place, so to speak. And that rhythmic reflection of the field of vibration is what we call the field of rhythm. This is what shaman root their consciousness in, which is the easiest way to transcend the flesh, because one enters straight into the avenue of self-expression, which is the field of rhythm, which is the field of one's enactment of time. And when one enters deep into the enactment of time, the rhythm behind the structure of creation, one touches vibration. And when one touches vibration, one's out of the body. Shamanism was born. So this field of rhythm, because the rhythm is able to map the polarizing energetic reflections of the vibrational field that is producing the space through the field of polarity, this produced what we could call coincidence. And coincidence, I'm using this term loosely, is a reflection of all these, if you imagine all these swinging pendulums of vibration, because the multiplicity is increasing with each sphere of the Hermetic expansion. Now we have all these swinging pendulums, all different aspects of these different concepts that we're talking about swinging, and at some points these polarizing pendulums are making contact with each other and producing proverbial sparks. And that we could say is an effect of the cause of rhythm mapping out the energetic space that is produced by the vibrational field, which is a reflection of the polarizing between the monad and the multiplicity as a reflection of that which is becoming expressed through the human model of consciousness. And so the cause and effect, the 6th principle of Hermes, came into being, and the 6th principle of Hermes represents these swinging pendulums of cause and effect. Mars, the number 9 on the Enneagram. In the same way that the solar plexus, or the principle of rhythm, reflects as number 8 on the Enneagram, hence your solar plexus. I ate something today, and the food that I ate went into my solar plexus, my stomach, and got digested, right? And that's where knowledge comes from, because the information of the food gets digested and becomes a part of my body. In the same way that information that I take into myself to understand the cosmic principles of reality, I eat it, and it becomes a structure. It's why ancient practices of eating the guru's brain still is done today in India. It's these notions that are trying to connect with the principle of rhythm. It's an old shamanic adage. So this sixth principle of Hermes, which is the principle of cause and effect, produced these myriad effects, and these myriad effects were moving back towards a unification, because we had reached the maximum potential of this expressive cause and effect field that reflects all of these six principles of Hermes into a singular coagulant. And this coagulant had to become yang and yin, the Tao, the yang and yin. So the yin yang represents the masculine and the feminine coming together. And that's the masculine, feminine, that which is expressed and that which is impressed. And the expression impresses upon one, and the impressions upon one causes the expressions from that which is impressed to produce an impressive expression of being. And we are thus impressed by this expression of being. And so it goes on, an inward evolving toric field that we're talking about, that donut that we started with, which is effectively conceived of as this produced generation force, the seventh principle of Hermes, which I relate to the moon because it holds the cycles produced by the rhythm inflicted upon the cause and effect is experienced between the man and the woman as cycles. That cycles between the masculine and the feminine is what produces matter, what produces life, what produces, as Cosmic is saying, the masculine and the feminine coming together. We think of these as being an expression, and I am describing them as a process which holds time. This followed this, followed this, followed this. That's actually nonsense. It's just easy to conceptualize as this process when we see the links in the chain, but to understand that the very first principle of manifestation was actually the masculine and feminine, and everything else is a backward engineering loop, which also emanated from that which is the first principle of Hermes, mentalism. So there we have mentalism, the first principle of Hermes. The second principle, which is that polarizing between monad and duality, or the multiplicity, which is that principle of Hermes, which is correspondence. Then the third principle of Hermes is that vibration we spoke about. The fourth principle of Hermes is the polarizing field, and the fifth principle of Hermes is the principle of vibration. The fifth principle of Hermes is that principle of rhythm, which maps the vibration in the same way that the polarity of the heart maps space, and because of energy. Energy is what space is made out of. And the sixth principle of Hermes is then that cause and effect, that causal impulse that we experience. And the seventh principle of Hermes is that coming together of the masculine and feminine for the generative function, and relates to the lunar potential. So the lunar potential, generation, the cause and effect, Mars, the what is eaten and what is taken in by the rhythm, the lords of rhythm and time, Saturn, number 8, the solar plexus. The sun, as that aspect of polarizing, from the sun comes electricity that produces a polarized field that we're experiencing as light, and light is the substance of being, for light is the emanations from which consciousness is working through, and light is the evidence of consciousness working in order to emanate the physical substance of reality, that polarizing field, the heart, the sun, Surya Bhagwan. And the vibrational field is an emanation of that gateway towards the endless mysteries of being, and the psychic emanations, which is something we're going to get into just now, which is why this insight into this principle of Hermes is quite useful, which represents the field of Venus. And Venus is obviously that bringer of beauty and harmony, which is the what is produced as the music of the spheres, and the vibrational field, that which is the source through which life is emanating. And Mercury represents obviously that which is able to touch the divine and bridge the gap between the multiplicity and the unity in order to resolve that polarity. Hence, you see within the mercurial symbol, the sphere at the center, the crescent on the top, and the cross at the bottom, representing the cross, the multiplicity, the crescent, all that is captured into the unity, and the circle, which is that which is operating between as a glue of substance, the light of the sun, which produces this polarity and carries it into the world, showing the relationship between Mercury and the sun, which we can see astrologically very carefully. Both have to do with a rational mind. And obviously Jupiter, Dios Peter, the first sky father, represents that state of being, which is just that state of being. It's the endless expansion of the field of consciousness. And that endless expansion of the field of consciousness is polarized by the field of rhythm, which is an endless contraction towards a central point of crystallization. And so Saturn and Jupiter share this polarizing potential. And this is why we have the Hrit Padme. The Hrit Padme is that hidden chakra that you don't hear about, won't be written about really much. And it's just above the Manipura chakra, which is the higher part. When the Kabbalists are speaking about Tiferet, they are speaking about this association with Hrit Padme, which is this sphere that connects the heart to the solar plexus, that point of transition where energy and polarity meet. The element of rhythm and the laws of time are able to construct the physical reality as a result of this. So there's a quick breakdown of the Hermetics, of the 7 principles. And now to map this out, baby. Ooh, map it out, crystal by crystal. Should we start mapping the crystals, brothers? What do you guys think?
Sure, let's do it.
Where do we start now, sweet brothers? Where do we start? Okay, where do we start? So let's start with the colors, qualities. So amethyst. Amethyst, I believe, okay, you're going to hear a whole lot of stuff about it relating to your crown chakra. And I'm going to say ball foot to the football game that produced that thought. Ball foot to it. You just put it on your foot and you ball it. Gone. Imagine the idea of violet. So these 3 principles of light and color: red, manifestation. Red is energy. Red is action. Red is Mars. Red is the cause that produces effect, action. So the red is a very deep, very vibrational energy that I relate to cause and effect through the power of Mars, being that number 9 on the Enneagram. And that produces this potential that moves towards a polarity here that we can see, that moves through the number 8 and becomes one of the proverbial wings of the number 8 that works in conjunction with the number 7, just to give that as an abstract idea. So when we're looking at the color red crystals, red gems, it relates to action, it relates to energizing, and it relates to that which is going to produce shift and change. We're talking about jasper, we're talking about some amethysts have got more of the red in them, but they're not really red. They've got magentas, but there's partly red in it. So the red relates to that downward pulling current manifesting through cause and effect. The blue relates to Jupiter, right? Or Zeus, as in conch Zeusness. And so conch is the spiral that holds Zeus. Zeus is that state of being, which is expansive, blue. So blue represents freedom. Blue represents the expansive freedom of being, peace. Red, the constricted sense of action that needs to be producing some kind of change. Color red relates to change and action. Color blue relates to rest and peace. And the expansion is a result of the rest and the peace. And the action and movement is a result of the contraction towards peace and rest. So there's an almost contradiction between Saturn and Jupiter in these 2 colors. So, and just to be clear, red represents, in my perspective, Mars. But Mars and Saturn have got a very special relationship. And this is why when we look at Saturn's cube, we map it on the Enneagram, right? This is an enneagram. Just for those that are new and haven't considered this before, I look at this as being an enneagram, and it is what is used in India as your natal chart. So this enneagram reflects these 9 potentials and 9 potencies. So looking here at Mars, if I can get my Mars here, we've got Mars representing the color red, and red is that energizing potential. And this is essentially what brings to us this fiery power. Then we've got 3, the fundamental triangle that represents spirituality. That number 3, which is also the expression of being. And so represents joviality, good luck, all the positive things in life, Jupiter, that expansiveness. And we've got this blue and red mapped out here. Then when we think of purple, right, the color purple, we have to add in 3 and the 9, right? And the 3 and the 9 produces a 1 and a 2, which is interesting. And the 1 and the 2 represent the fundamental polarity of being, which is 2. So I relate the number 2 to violet, which is the lunar potential, the lunar energy, which holds the glue. Mercury represents this field of polarity and how to navigate it, but the substance of it is sensitivity. And that sensitivity is really the source of going inwards. And that going inwards has to travel inwards through number 6, Venus. But number 2 represents that potential of the lunar, which has got to do with the cycles of the moon, going between full and dark, life and death, the fundamental polarities, as all occult texts will reflect to you, and all numerological spaces will identify number 2 as relating to the moon. So the 2 then represents the coming together of the 9 and the 3, the blue and the red. So this means fundamentally that if we consider from this perspective, using these occult principles, to look at the notion of amethyst as a violet stone, that this violet stone represents this energizing potential of the red and that peaceful potential of the blue coming together to produce sex, generation. Now, psychologists have mapped the number violet and purple, and they will tell you that if you read your books on psychology, a woman that wears violet or purple, she wants it. Oh, baby, she wants it. I always used to love the color violet, and yes, in my I have had problems with being a nymphomaniac. Okay, hands up. Okay, there, done. You got to own up. You know, I've become more mature about it and learned to keep it tracking. And obviously, as I get older, it gets easier not to be ridiculous. You know, to know where's the point of balance. But Tantra became something which I got quite drunk on in my young years. And so that color, people with that propensity towards violet, they might not acknowledge it, but they have a very deep passion for sexual procreation. But it also relates to that current of sublimation. People that love the tarot, that are good at sublimating, able to look at a symbol and see deep what that symbol represents on the unconscious field, that travel into the unconscious, is represented by this process of sublimation, which is the moon's power, number 2. So that's like the violet quality. And I thought, like, what do you guys say? What does violet speak to you when you think about violet stones?
Violet is like the sacred union. It's a powerful stone. It kind of integrates like a higher state where we have the lower and the higher poles being integrated together in union together as one. So to me, it's kind of fascinating that blue and red makes a purple, because I feel like it's like blue's going this way towards ultraviolet and red's going that way towards infrared. And somehow we're like able to loop that back and make purple. So it kind of like makes the whole light spectrum into like a circle that loops back on itself.
Yeah, I kind of have a similar take on that. And I feel like I feel like what the Fae have basically taught me is that the 8-color system makes more sense, because I feel like pink is that which helps loop violet back to red. Because if you think about the color pink, it is kind of like a combination of purple and red sort of put together. So that's the way I look at it. And purple also in my system has a which is represented by the name Vithuzitho, which is also related to sort of interconnectedness, and sort of basically kind of the it's basically the sort of the color that green sort of follows. I don't know, it's kind of like weird like that, but yeah, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, so that brings us to like stones that have got violet in it are carrying that quality, because color is a product of quality. It's an astral emanation, all color. In this way that form is an emanation of the etheric, color is an emanation of the astral. And these qualities are fundamental and tell us so much. And how we relate to the feeling of that stone is the color is going to have a big effect on us, and how the light moves through that stone, and the way that color filters the light that the eyes that touch the pineal gland is going to change our mental perspective of that color as well. I think there's been a bit of obfuscation with regards to these things. And so violet becomes that very powerful stone, which, like you say, is it's bringing together things of balance and harmony, but for the process of creativity, specifically for the process of creativity, where you think of yellow. Now, yellow and violet are complementary colors. So yellow is also a color that expresses polarity, but it's more like the polarized expression of the heart. So that expressive color, which is self-expressed, which people will often relate to the third chakra, but I relate it to the heart chakra, which is what the third chakra holds, right? Is that principle of the solar sun, which is just putting out light that polarizes everything it touches, without the inward consideration of where that light is touching and what it's doing. Where violet is the opposite. It's taking everything in, and it's carefully looking at how everything inside is touching each other, which is why physical touch and, that sexual oxytocin is connected, and in that act of joining. So yellow being a complementary color, yellow, like the principle of citrine, it's self-expression. Yellow gems, tiger's eye, self-expression. This has got to do with the expression of who I am. Can I be myself? Can I just let it all hang out? This is me, deal with it. Yeah, okay, good luck to all of you. This is me, kind of thing. And like not really looking at where the pieces fall, not too concerned about how the pieces are falling here or there. And so yellow is that sort of almost opposing. So stones that contain this yellow quality, citrine, tiger's eye, yellow topaz. Here's a beautiful citrine. Beautiful citrine. I don't know if you can see it. Uncut, of course. It's got a slightly what you could consider as a dirty yellow color, but it's natural. A lot of citrine you'll find has got that bright yellow. That's because they put it in an oven. They take that slightly cheaper amethyst and they cook it, because amethyst is more available. And if you cook an amethyst, you raise the temperature of an amethyst, it actually changes to a citrine. I don't know if you know this. So amethyst in the Earth's crust becomes citrine when the conditions are just right, temperature and pressure. So that's how we end up with citrine. The stones go through different tempering phases. So citrine and amethyst are very connected. The two colors of yellow and violet are very connected. Hence the heart, and hence you have to fall in love in order to want to get funky with a woman, and a woman has to fall in love with a man in a normal, healthy environment. Obviously, in this porn, brain-infested, advertised boobies and butts and legs and nudity and like, come and buy this car. Look at her on the bonnet. Doesn't she look right and ready to go? Kind of concept that we are brainwashed with through the media has polluted our idea of sex. But in a normal, natural, healthy environment, you only want to have sex with someone that you feel a connection with through the heart. And that love, romantic love, becomes the conduit through which this polarizing expression is able to bring the sensitivity that brings two people together. Hence that connection between yellow and violet being complementary as colors, as qualities, connecting the heart to the loins, as it were. Then the red becomes the driving need. The desire is experienced by the red stones. Ruby, to bring your desires into maturation. Other red stones would be like garnets, focusing to bring that passion into your life, that passion and the desire. That's the passion and desire that the heart implants within the field of action and activity of number 9, where the heart is about experience. Number 9 is about expressing that experience in action that produces the need for the violet to come into being, which is that final like clicking and like, pushing and shoving between a man and a woman that produces a child, as the metaphor goes. So red stones represent desire, represent passion, represent all of these qualities and empower these qualities within us. Also, there's a humanitarian quality to the color red that we haven't been taught about. It's very humanitarian, because when the desires are aligned with the higher function, the desires are selfless. I'll give you an example. Intuitive, natural desire. Your child is in danger. What do? You don't think about yourself, right? That natural desire. Protect the child at all costs. Put myself in front of the harm if I have to protect my child. That's a natural thing that we all experience. And humans, they have that humanitarian, hence the Lord of War, Mars, number 9, because so in tune with natural form of desire would be to instinctively want to put myself in the line of harm rather than someone else, because the desire is to create life and to protect life, not to take life. So those with this powerful humanitarian energy are carrying that Mars red energy. And so it becomes sort of like the glue of action in our bodies. Then Saturn, I see as green. There's literally green bits falling out of Saturn, by the way, onto the earth. And the green has got to do with being a green agreement, to have an agreement. Let's make an agreement between us. That's got to do with contracts. And that's got to do with appreciating knowledge, the appreciation of knowledge. Listen to the word appreciation, right? Has to do with the sacred geometry and calculating the knowledge and the calculating that state of being, like Cosmic was showing us earlier, this tarot card. Which tarot card? Where have I still got it? Yep, I've still got it. Still got it, baby. So this is like, the agreements that we make. And these agreements keep us sort of locked in. And this is the emanator of knowledge, as you were saying earlier, Cosmic, that principle of that inner force that brings the knowledge of this polarity that is so important to understand the nature of time, that we can get so stuck and trapped in that very knowledge is the dangers represented by this path. And so the green qualities have got to do with qualities of clarity of mind, learning, informative. Think of the sign of Virgo, right? Think of Libra. Libra always wants to sit in the middle, doesn't want to take position. Virgo wants to gain as much information, knowledge, bring it in as it can. Libra wants to really carefully apply itself to not going right or left, the scales of judgment, right? So judgment are qualities of the green, having good judgment, having clarity, learning ability, the mind, clear thinking potential. So green stones like emerald will clarify your mind, which is why men often give women emeralds, because emeralds help the woman's mental functions to become aligned and powerful. Women often give men rubies, because rubies will keep the man's passions aligned, and that passion will keep his heart fired up for her, right? And will make him get up to do his deed for the lady. And then we have indigo. Indigo is that color of the mystic. It's traveling into the mystic cycles, in through the vulva. A cunnilingus adventure ahead. Blue indigo. So indigo is like the priestess is initiating you. She's giving you this doorway into the mysteries of Venus, into the mysteries of the vibrational field, and So there's this higher aspect of going into the psychic reality, but the powerful mental ability to channel these psychic forces specifically is what's represented by Venus. In the same way that the veins, the Venus, channel the forces of life throughout our body, right? And so Venus represents this mystical journey, going into this mystical journey of getting towards expansiveness of consciousness. Orange is light, the range of the range of light. Stones with the orange quality, carnelian, orange diamonds, different kinds of oranges. You'll find some kind of jaspers. Some of them have got orange on them. You'll even find some orange in tourmaline. These are going to brighten the mental potential towards appreciating thought and translating thoughts. The ability for the mind to translate things from one sphere of being into another. Communication potential. The sphere of Gemini, Mercury, orange. And that orange energy is what's going to give us that powerful mercurial hit, which is able to correlate both the divine into the mundane and the mundane into the divine, and able to see the divine hidden in the mundane and appreciate the mundane as an expression of the divine. That is the mercurial quality, and it's the great communicator within the Guru chakra, which is a reflection of that oneness and state of being, which is the blue. So you'll have like blue stones, like the Native Americans like to wear the blue. What is it called? The turquoise. You got different grades of turquoise color, which represents the blue of the sky, which is the pure spiritual plane. This is why the turquoise and those blue stones are so sought after. I've got a really beautiful cluster, really special cluster. I gave one to my girlfriend as well, which is, can't think of the name of it now. I should think of it. It's a beautiful stone. For those of you that don't have it, it'll come to me. So all of those blue stones represent this very powerful blue topaz, as well as another beautiful one. And lapis lazuli is actually related to indigo, just to be clear. For those, and lazurite and azurite, all of those indigo stones, mystic stones. But blue represents that freedom and that liberating potential. So blue stones will liberate you, produce liberation. And so these are the sort of like the color qualities that we'll be able to map stones upon. And I've gone on and on and on and on. Please tell me what you guys think. Cosmic Indie. Cosmic's gone for a sandwich.
No, I'm still here. Haven't left quite yet.
You mentioned pink.
Yeah.
I agree with you on pink. Pink is where white meets red.
Yeah.
It's something quite special.
It's like it's the color that takes you to the next level. I always think of white as pink. I always think about the color that the resonator emanates in that movie From Beyond, where they can basically see into extra dimensional spaces by sort of having this like energy stimulate their pineal gland. And I think what pink does, and having the colors be 8 instead of 7, is it turns the rainbow in from a tower into like a toroidal circle. So you can basically, so the way they was kind of interesting. I want to bring up another infographic here, one I did more recently.
I was just going to add that pink is number 9 red when it's crossing the event horizon to become 1, like you're talking about. Interesting there.
This is something I've been kind of working on recently. So like before, so if you could pull that up. So like before, I was mentioning in the first diagram about how each one of the circles represents a Zerfax. In this diagram, each one of these colored circles represents a Zarfex. So this is sort of the outer. So the idea is that with each one of these is like when you see the color, this represents the first color of that particular part of the sort of the outer spaces. So this is so for our world, red is the base color. But if you go way further out into outer Zarfex space, blue might be the first color. But the idea is that it always loops back to the other side. So if red is the first color, then it's like it loops back to pink. But if like, for example, purple, it's like you can do, if you start there, then you do the last, you know, whatever. So if you start with like blue, you go around the circle, and then purple becomes sort of the final color, right? But the thing with these because the deal with the solid Zarfex is, right, is that it's a collective consciousness that's being sort of surrounded by this black membrane, which is what the term Otheusatho Lethabavo means, which basically means the great black void, which is like all these Zarfexes. So it's this massive space. So color essentially represents a sort of a different sort of a starting base for each one of these Zarfex nucleuses. And because of that, each one of these only has 7 colors. So for the red one, the pink is missing. And then for the orange, the red is missing. For the yellow, the orange is missing, and the solid Zarfexes. So having only 7 colors as opposed to 8 basically kind of allows the Zarfex to stay as solid. Whereas if you go into the fluid Zarfexes, which is the higher Zarfex plane, this is where the Fae are from, by the way, is that now instead of having a black void membrane, you have these colored void membranes, right? So you have like green space, infinite green space, infinite yellow space over here, infinite orange space. And basically think of these as like level 1 of a sort of like a cylindrical tower. And this is sort of floor number 2. And so the floor, so the purple space here then gets reflected down here into the lower black void space, but that same principle is sort of reflected downwards. So this is kind of basically what we're seeing here is basically the spaces and the worlds that exist outside of our human collective consciousness. And so basically colors represent different types of worlds, different types of universes, and the different sort of starting points. So think of it, so the plane, the third level beyond the fluid Zarfex plane is what's known as the gaseous Zarfex plane. I haven't made a diagram for that yet, but that's the white void plane. So then the white void, when it goes down, that's sort of like the third level of the structure. So then it goes down, when it goes to the lower second level, it then splits off into these 8 color quadrants, which then get reflected down to lower levels below that. So if anything, what color essentially represents in this system is like directions on a compass. Like you could think of maybe like red is north, blue is south, green is east, purple is west. And that's kind of how color is sort of represented. It's kind of like it's a multi-dimensional rainbow that's kind of non-linear. But that's kind of, I just kind of wanted to bring that sort of. So like I said, the color of the Zarfex indicates the type of Zarfex nucleus. So for example, for our Zarfex, for the red, information becomes the sort of the central nucleus of our world. Whereas for Sheyu over here, which orange represents more pure kinetic energy, that would say kinetic energy would be the sort of the nexus of that particular universe. And because of that, different types of worlds with different types of beings formulate. But the thing is, though, with this, it's that this is very easy for my mind to comprehend. These other colors, they're just like, I can't make sense of them yet. It's far too alienating. But this idea is it opens your mind to different possibilities of types of being, types of existences, types of awareness that is very alien to our own. But by kind of like understanding the rainbow layout of this extra dimensional space, you can start to kind of slowly make sense of it. So, I mean, there's all sorts of different applications of colors in the system, but this is definitely one of the main ones, I would say.
I love what you
Cool.
said
I
there,
wanted to-
brother. Oh, please continue, dear Indy.
Franklin had a great discussion on colors and their application. I couldn't have said it better. And this was wonderful seeing this layout here of the different, I guess, Zarfexes. Is that correct?
These are Zarfexes. So basically, a Zarfex is like the next progression level up dimension-wise from Zerfax. So think of Zerfax as like a fourth dimensional bubble, whereas a Zarfex is like a 16th dimensional bubble, right? So it's like a next level up in the hierarchy.
Fractals of each other?
To a certain extent, yes. I would say it's more like a DNA like pattern. Like there's sort of a because there's all sorts of different forms with it. It's not necessarily a perfect fractal, because down here in the solid Zarfexes, there's not as much symmetry, because what happens is this black void kind of obscures certain aspects of consciousness. It creates certain ignorance, blindness, and what this does is it allows for, see, the reason that these are called solid Zarfexes is because they are worlds that have, in the physical world, they have some level of consistency to them. Obviously, in our world, even though there's physical matter, things change and move, but it's very slow. It's essentially crystallized. So these are all sort of crystallized in consciousness. So this conscious energy. So think of this black plane as being like a very low temperature, right? Like this is sort of like the sub-zero Arctic zone of the conscious mind. And so in that sub-zero Arctic aspect of the conscious Zorfax, if you will, I don't like use the word universe, because in this system, universe is basically just a single Zerfax. And I lost my train of thought. But and the idea is that it's sort of frozen there. Whereas when you go into the fluid Zarfexes, the consciousness is slightly warmer, right? So the crystalline structure of these Zarfexes melts in the fluid Zarfex. So a fluid Zarfex is more like the physical world also behaves pretty much exactly like a dream. So like, things appearing and disappearing, jumping from different places. So the world behaves more like a dream. And the gaseous Zarfex, it's like the next level beyond that. And it's like, basically with this system, it's like you start to actually understand the limits of your comprehension and where you need to kind of dimensionally stretch outward to further progress, your consciousness or whatever. So, yeah.
Well, that's really lovely. Indy, were you going to add to that, brother? Well, Indy's obviously doing his thing. Probably gone to the gents to Indy's back.
Yeah, I had to the loo. But yeah, I wanted to add something. I mentioned before that the pink has been used, a certain shade of pink has been used in the prison system. And that has been used to make the prisoners more docile. And I have a little something here on that, so I'm going to share a slide if I could. Here we go.
I think that it's like that. When you get over-energized towards action, it produces the opposite result. Isn't that interesting? Like, if you take like a downer, excessively, it becomes an upper. And if you take an upper, excessively, it becomes a downer. Sorry, but that's how I'm sure we can all relate to it. Does that make sense?
Exactly. I get it. So let's see what they're talking about here. So it's drunken prison, sometimes called Baker pink or tank pink, is a specific strong purplish pink with RGB values of 255, 145, and 175. It was historically believed to have tranquilizing effects that reduced aggression and hostility. Wow. It's also known as the Schaus pink, P618, or drunk tank pink, as mentioned earlier. Pretty fascinating. Yeah. I guess to suppress aggressive and antagonistic behavior. In prison, psychiatric wards, youth clinics, and sports team locker rooms. The calming effect. The effect is for a short period before potentially
Is
leading
it
to more
just me? Cosmic, can you hear Indy well? Is he breaking up or is it just me?
Yeah, his audio is breaking up a lot. It's hard to hear him.
Oh, sorry about that. Let's see what I could do. Saying here that the short-lasting effect can lead to more aggression in the absence of.
Cosmic, I've got an idea. While you've got the picture on the screen, if you turn your camera off for a few moments, you might restrict the upload to your voice, and then it might not be, since we're not seeing your face anyway. Does that make sense?
Wait, what? I mean, I already have my camera off.
No, I'm talking about Indy, because it might improve his audio quality until his internet will probably be fine in a few minutes. Try again, please.
What about now? Can you hear me at all?
Much better.
All right. So what it's saying here is that this Baker Miller pink has been found to be effective at reducing aggression and antagonistic behaviors, has a tranquilizing and calming effect, but that in the absence of it, since it only has a short period that's effective and then it wears off, it leads to more aggression after that point, potentially, which is interesting. So what do you guys think about that?
It makes perfect sense to me. And I'll just, for a moment, take your image down and just put up the color of this pink so that we can see it literally. So that's really the color that we're talking about. And I'll give you a slightly better perspective of that image here. That's literally what the prisons look like, right?
Oh. Yeah.
It's a bit hectic, huh? that would do my nuts.
It's got a little blue in it, in the pink.
Yeah. It's like pure color of Pisces.
Man. I can almost feel it from looking at it. It kind of confuses the eye. Like, I want to think it's like kind of blue, then it's like a red and a purple.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Like, you could imagine being stuck in that color all the time. There's a term that you use, Cosmic. What do you call it? Toxic what? When then there's just too much love and too much pink and too much, like, it's just, it becomes overwhelming.
It's like,
does it make sense?
What's the feel? It's like a kind of a like a cloying. I'm trying to think of the right words. Like I'm not sure what you're talking about. But like there's a kind of like a it's like a, I forget what's the word. It's like it's saccharine. That's the word I'm looking for. It's like there's a saccharineness to it where it's like overly like sweet that it makes you feel nauseous.
How's this for weird? And tell me, are you guys experiencing this? Guys, in the chat, tell me in the chat what your thoughts are. This is making my inner ear sore looking at this color. Is there anybody else getting that? Like inside my head, my inner ear is getting sore from looking at this picture. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. I feel it too.
It could give me an earache if I was there for too long, I'm guessing.
Starting to get one.
I have a form of auditory synesthesia, and I always associated the whole tone scale with the color pink. So that's basically where there's no like major or minor scales. It just kind of keeps going up whole notes.
That's interesting. Were you going to read more?
It's incredibly fascinating that, like, when you look at both the West and the East color system, neither of these systems like really directly acknowledge the color pink as being part of the structure. And I think I've even heard somewhere that like pink is not even like technically a real color according to science, like it's somehow weirdly like synthesized from green somehow. So I think that alone makes it even more interesting in an occult context, in the sense that it's almost like a truly astral color. It's truly a color that doesn't necessarily exist within the realm that we're in right now. So in a way, I've always thought of pink as the color that truly leads one to the outer astral plane of the dream world. I think I also associate the astral plane with the color like pink or magenta for some reason. I'm never sure why.
This is the color of Pisces. Sorry, yeah, brother, carry on.
Pink does have a strong contrast effect with green, and we talked about this before. It's not a complementary, but it acts as if it is a complementary with green, unlike red itself, which is, but it doesn't have as much of an effect.
Yeah, I think pink is almost an expression of magenta in a sense. Magenta and pink become very close, and they become very murky, because the moment you're adding violet to red, you're starting to go into that maroon, magenta, pink color, which is quite interesting, right? I mean, it becomes very deep, but if you take that magenta and you add more red than violet to it, and then make that more opacity, in other words, allow more white to come through at light, it starts to become pink. And so this is why they relate the sign of Pisces, which, as you're saying, Cosmic, Pisces represents the that Jupiterian inner journey of that feminine Jupiter, which is the sublimative powers of the moon applied to Jupiter's potential. So that moon-Jupiter connection is really what Pisces represents. Pisces not being ruled by the moon, but having very close associations with water and the moon, but it's Jupiter, is because of this color. And I think like that Pisces, like you're saying, Cosmic, it draws you into the unconscious, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah. Wow. Don't look at that for too much, because it actually makes my ears feel weird. Almost like my inner ears trying to ache or something. Yeah, Star, the astral plane doesn't have one fixed color. That is true. Absolutely true. I think, though, that like going into our dreams and our unconscious, though, I think that's sort of, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's what you were getting at, Cosmic, yeah? It's that kind of pink color that takes us inwards, which is why they're using it for the prisoners. They're trying to take the prisoners, make them become so energized actively by the red, but permute that with so much so that it becomes excessive, so that your consciousness almost rejects physicality and you go inward to your unconscious. And so it forces you to do a lot of shadow work. So I think that pink color, like Indy was saying, would cause psychosis to an extent as a result, because you're being forced inwards into your unconscious. You're being forced to do shadow work, whether you're ready for it or not. So there's an interesting point that I've never really thought about, that magenta pink color, and that pink actually as a vehicle towards stimulating shadow work. I think it's slightly dangerous, maybe. What do you guys think?
I think that's an interesting line of thought there.
And if you're doing shadow work, a good way to get into doing the therapy for yourself could be doing active imagination. You can use like guided active imagination meditations. They can really help. But you kind of go into like a visual world and you try to imagine a certain individual in there that's an aspect of yourself. It's not supposed to be other people in the world. And so you can use like your anima or your animus, which is like basically the encapsulation of your shadow as the complementary sex That's your inner self that needs to be integrated with you. And so I think like pink might be one of those colors that might be something you would see associated with like a feminine enema, probably in a like active meditation that you would go into for active imagination. And for women, they'll see an animus, and it would likely be a man. And I think sometimes people can use an animal as well of the opposite sex. And so this is an interesting process that I recently started to practice. And another thing that people can do is after the experience, write down what the experience was like. And it's not supposed to be interpretive like Freudian psychology. It's more like if you look at how the story goes in the experience and over time, as you integrate your shadow, how the story changes, you can kind of see how your mental health and emotional well-being are growing and prospering and becoming more enriched through the progression of the experience that you have there. So it's pretty cool. And I think also something that Carl Jung did was he would draw mandalas and see how the mandalas progress over time as well. And you know, part of it is like when you do anything, as you get better at it, it starts to look better. And so as the mandalas start to take on more form and complexity and beauty, it kind of starts to reflect the powers within of the growth, the spiritual and personal growth that are growing and becoming more refined. So it's a beautiful process. But I just want to take a minute to mention some of that. Is shadow work was referenced, but I want to take away from getting back into pink and the color thing.
I like that. I think there's a lot there. Who was it that was mentioning something that stimulated my unconscious thoughts? Something one of you said, or was it someone in the chat? It's hard to keep track, but somebody said something that was quite interesting. I think it was maybe one of you guys that said it. I was sort of trying to multitask. So when I'm multitasking, my brain's like there, and there at once. I'm like, yeah. But I'm like the information is going in. It's getting stored somehow. And that color pink has actually affected me. Like I'm being honest with you. I feel like I'm feeling it in here, in the center of my head. It's active. And like, it wouldn't take much for me to fall into a trance now. Like it wouldn't take much for me to just spin.
My inner ear before now on into the center. I feel that too. I'm kind of in a trance from it.
Gosh, those poor prisoners. They're tripping their tits off. Like you don't need any can of bus or anything with that. You just the color's enough, man. Like tits right off, tripping balls to the wall. Here I go. Woohoo! Give me a cape and some tight undies and let me do the thing, you know?
Yeah.
Why do superheroes see some color?
What was it?
No, I was just saying, why do superheroes wear their undies on the outside? I never got it. But what were you saying, brother?
I was gonna say that when you're going into a meditation, if you want to see more colors and stuff, a good way to fast forward into being able to getting visions is to really focus on deeper yogi breaths. And it's found that dimethyltryptamine is produced in the lungs. And so it's not just in the pineal glands. And through focused deep breathing and in a lot of the meditations I've gone into that were really profound and I went in pretty fast, it was the visualization of going down a staircase. And in the one I did just before the show, we went down a staircase and then I went down a ladder after being a hole. to a platform underneath the dirt, and then lifting it up to find it was a door to a ladder. So that was like going even deeper than I usually go. But for some reason, that kind of visual aid and that kind of imagination of that kind of a story of going deeper into something really does help us kind of get deep into the subconscious, deeper into stuff. At least for me. So that can be helpful.
Yeah, it's an interesting point there. You know, that point of breath is that fundamental polarizing principle that holds space. Yeah. So it stands to reason that that's like the center, that polarizing breath, which polarizes everything in your consciousness, your body, life, you know, keeps all the things moving, keeps the heart moving, keeps everything expressing energy. The moment you stop breathing, there's no more energy left. And the system burns out all its energy and runs out of energy very quickly, right? And then that's it. Like, that's the end of that. So, like, you can count your life by your breaths. It's like the key to keeping the energy moving. Without that polarity for the energy to move through, there's no more energy left to move. Only so long you can keep your breath, unless you slow the system down, really slow it down, at which point you can still have a limit to the breath. Maybe keep it longer. Some people can maybe do like 10 minutes. Some free divers, 12 minutes, 15 minutes. Maybe if you go into a deep trance, you might not need to breathe for like an hour or 2 hours, but there will come a point where you need to breathe. It's not indefinite, I don't think.
It's good to get yourself down to a breath that takes 1 minute for a full breath and exhale. So if you can like breathe in for 15 seconds, hold for 15 seconds, breathe out for 15 seconds, and then hold for 15 seconds before breathing again, that's 1 full minute. And like, it's easier to do for like 5 seconds first, and maybe 10, and work your way up to 15 seconds. But, you know, the hardest part is after exhaling, being able to hold at that point, because you're really yearning for a breath at that point when you've exhaled fully. So it might be best to like maybe not fully exhale if it's difficult at that point.
I find that the breath is bound to thinking, and that if we allow our mind to follow the lines of thought, it uses oxygen wildly. And if we allow our thought to be contained and not have the mind follow avenues of thought, then the oxygen isn't used. And if the oxygen isn't used, then there's not so much carbon released. And if there's not so much carbon released, then there's not the used oxygen that binds to a carbon that becomes a CO2 that needs to be released, which toxifies the blood. So the act of turning your oxygen into CO2, that loop, a lot of that seems to be thinking. So if you want to achieve that 60-second cycle, it's almost easier to do it by focusing inward and allowing yourself to just drift inward and drift back from thought till you see thought as a field. And when thought is seen as a field, then not to grab onto this one or that one or any particular aspects of that thought is a comfortable way of allowing it to move through the consciousness. And that's my little boy. Yeah, so not now. Wait. So basically, it's very important, I think, for us to focus on that and for us to be able to appreciate the relationship between thinking and breathing. There's much more to be discovered in this relationship than what we're able to easily notice. I don't know. What are your thoughts with regards to all of that?
Yeah, also with between thinking and mood and thinking and feeling, you can really have a big impact on your mood and your feelings through slowing your breathing. And it has a really profound effect. It's something that's very simple. Sometimes the problem might be that you don't want to calm down. And now oftentimes with like anxiety and stuff, it's something you want to stop. But with, maybe not always, but with anger, I know sometimes from my personal experience, anger can be kind of a rush, and it's hard to sometimes want to calm down, hard to sometimes want to let it go. So, that's part of the battle. But once you're ready to let it go and calm down, I think at that point, if you're ready to start doing some breathing exercises and slow the breaths, it can be really impacting. But it's even more effective if you can stop and pause when the emotional reaction's about to begin, and then start to do the breathing instead of showing the emotional reaction. So in some ways, a lot of people might think that's like kind of not letting the natural emotion to be, but in a lot of ways, you're starting to pay attention to what that message is instead of let that message just confuse you and take hold and have an effect on others. So I think our emotions are a way of our body is communicating to us something, and the subconscious is trying to communicate something to us that we have not been listening to. So, and I think a lot of times when we have issues with the body, it's communicating things that are in the emotional body. That's more of a root. So there's a lot of different cues as to like what's really trying to be communicated to us. It's not only just by our mood or our feelings or our desires and urges, but also it can be even more subtle things. So if we can pause and start to think about what is this emotion that I'm having and start to trace it back, like where's the root of this from, and start to realize that maybe in a situation where you were either overly worried about something or you're being overly sensitive and maybe a bit insensitive to somebody, then in those situations, you might start to reflect and start to realize this is not really coming from this particular situation. This came from other things that I've been carrying with me that's become a trigger that I'm now pushing onto this person that I'm interacting with unfairly, and something I should probably deal with, but not probably with them. So it can be a helpful situation when you unfold it that way and then start to work on that issue in your personal time through methods of catharsis, which is a constructive means to expel what's considered or deemed as a negative emotion, which is very much equally as valid as any other emotion. It just has a better time and place in our society, the way that we deal with each other. It's only fair that we can deal with those issues that we have that would negatively impact others. So it does make a lot of sense on a sociological scale when we look at like the whole collective, the impact that it can have.
Yeah, I think that's really important and powerful. Bring it back to understanding the shadow. I mean, it's a core to shadow work, isn't it? Having that empathy and taking responsibility, isn't it? What it is, really. Emotional maturity. Yeah. Which is something that sadly a lot of people lack in this world. I mean, we'll all catch ourselves lacking it at times, but you see a lot of people really lacking it. Well, I do. I get a lot of people coming to me and, in my work, get insights into lots of people's lives. And yeah, there are a lot of narcissists out there. There are a lot of sociopaths out there. There are a lot of weirdos out there doing weird stuff emotionally to other people. And not taking responsibility for words, thoughts, actions, deeds. And you've been a little bit quiet, Cosmic. Are you sandwiching it up? You're eating which sand? A sandwich? Okay, he's not with us. Yeah, which sand are you eating? Which sand? He's eating which sand? Let's get out the broomstick. Oh, that sand. Okay, I get you. A Guruji that I was very connected to, Guruji Mohan from Rajasthan, he told me when we were talking about something his Guruji had done with him when he was many years before, decades before, as part of his initiation. His Guruji and him had gone into the jungles, and they were there for a long, long time, and they had no food. And his Guruji had said to him, collect that sand, and that sand, and that sand, and that clay, get that water, and make mud cakes with like very particular, that much of this, that much of this, and this. And he was like, okay, well, my teachers told me to do it, so I'm going to do it. So he went and made these mud cakes. He said he was to make like little mud cakes. And his teacher had made a fire. And his teacher had taken these mud cakes and put them into the fire and cooked them. Like in the oven he had built. He made like built an oven out of stones and, a bit of mud, which he had let his disciple build for him, obviously, because they were out in the jungle. They had lost time and nothing to do. It's like, okay, build an oven, get that mud and this mud, make little cakes. And he didn't know what he was doing, what it was for. Anyway, he told him, make a fire. He made a fire. Then he took those mud cakes and he put them into the oven. And what came out, according to my Guruji, was some kind of, he said it wasn't exactly like bread, but it was something edible. And so they were eating these things. It was like he couldn't understand what had happened in the fire. Yeah. So which sand? Which sand did he use for his sandwich? He used witch sand. So they're quite funny in that little notion of words. Words can do that. So yeah, when you're back with us, Cosmic, tell us which sand you used to make your sandwich. And if it was which sand. The best sand for sandwiches are which sand. I've heard from a Guruji. Yeah, it's an interesting story, Howard. I never quite knew what to make of it, but I was just like, well, it's really interesting. It's a interesting concept. There might have been some hidden alchemy behind it, right? Natural magic of knowing that those different types mixed together in a particular way will produce a particular effect in the fire. Who knows? Or it could have been purely metaphysical. And I asked my Guruji and he said, well, he didn't know. He said all he knew is that it worked. And that's what they ate when they were living in the jungles. So yes, Vincent, it's quite a sad thing. If Jesus was tempted to turn rocks into stone, then why not? Okay, interesting concept. You mean water into wine? I suppose it's a similar concept, isn't it? Maybe there was a little more to the story, alchemically. Who knows? But it's an interesting concept. Yeah, I suppose there's a certain kind of a parallel there. Oh, rocks into bread. Oh, I suppose that's an interesting concept. Are we talking about feeding of the multitudes, that story? What are we talking about, MTM? And welcome, namaste. I hope you're good. I hope you're having a thriving, jiving day. So yeah, these crystals, the functions of crystals. And I want to focus on something else, which is a function of these crystals. Yeah. Like we look at the qualities of the crystal. Then there's the geometry of the crystal. And the geometry of the crystal reflects the numerations of the crystal, the math or the math of the crystal, the metric measurement of the way in which these things fit together. And what we consider the alphabet, the Aleph, Abet, the house of the bull. So the bull is being dragged through the house. Yeah. Alphabet, and it's being dragged by the ox is being dragged by the goad. The ah is being moved by the l, the goad, and it is coming through the p, the fe, the mouth, alpha, producing ba, the house of the crossings, tav, that cross. The T, which is the Tau cross, which represents the cube, space, time. So we can see how that word alphabet breaks down very beautifully, holding all these symbols, the ox, the goat that moves the ox, the mouth that is producing the structure of the house, the idea being consecrated as a house through which knowledge can be structured, and producing the final T, which is the point where these two junctions meet, right? That point in the middle, the T alphabet, which is a cross, which represents a cube, right? The cross is representing the cube of space, which is what the B is the structure that holds the cube, and the T represents the actual crossings within the cube, where all the things touch. The 7 directions bound, the 6 principles held, the 7 principles of Hermes, structured in the cube. So this alphabet is really got to do with letters, and these letters, right, are what allows things to happen. The Phoenicians, got their language from those before them. There's this really famous guy. What's his name? What is his name? Can I remember his name, or can I not remember his name? Let's see if I can remember his name. Maybe it'll help me. I might be able to see his name in this history. Maybe, hopefully, it would be nice to be able to see this memories. Well, might take me a little bit. Oh, there we go.
The language of
Samuel Noah Kramer. Okay, let's bring a little bit of this guy up so we can know who we're talking about. This is just an idea that might be useful for us to. Samuel Noah Kramer. Share this clip. Share this instead, and put it up there. Is that it? Okay. So that's Samuel Noah Kramer. And there we go. That should give us an insight into who he was. Isn't that incredible? Hey? Oh, there he is. So he was one of the world's leading Assyriologists, an expert in Sumerian history, and one of the best, or most credited translators of the Sumer language. And he attended the Temple University before Drupal University and the University of Pennsylvania, all in Philadelphia. Among scholars, his work is considered transformative for the field of Sumerian history. His popular book, History Begins at Sumer, made Sumerian literature accessible to the general public. So this is who we're talking about. And this guy, Samuel Noah Kramer, basically, he came up with the idea, which I think is covered in, which books is it covered it in? I haven't read the books, but I've seen a lot of discussions about his books. I think History Begins at Sumer is one of his big books. I think that's a big part of it. And he came up with the idea that the Sumerians believed that language, words, and I'm sure you guys are going to love this, Vincent, Howard, all of you guys, you know, it's quite exciting as a notion. Language, the Sumerians believed that language created reality. They didn't just believe that language was a way for them to communicate ideas. They believed that by putting the language into stone, that they were actually changing the nature of reality. This was something that he discovered studying the Sumerians, and it was like a big part of their cultural, and he discovered this because he started noticing that every piece of writing seemed to have certain elements in it. And these were the same elements that were in prayers and invocations and religious citations with regards to people being buried and yeah, go and look up this guy. Go and look him up. You know, he's very it's very interesting. Go and take a look into some of his work. You might find it fascinating. So he basically started to believe this more and more, and he wrote as he got older that this was a really important part. In his earlier, younger work, it wasn't so much of a big deal, but the older he got, the more he started to really understand what he had been studying his whole life and the meanings of it. You know, that was the notion that came to him and became more and more profound. And so this idea that language structures reality has got to do with why sigils are so powerful and why they work, right? Why we use sigils, why magic is based around using sigils. And yeah, carved in stone, literally, Vincent. And the same principles in alchemy this is really what we're talking about. This alchemy comes from these ancient, these ancient ideas, is it not? So anyway, getting back to this notion, wow, that's a much better picture, way of the picture being represented. This guy had this notion, and so it makes us consider the nature of the etheric plane and sounds as shapes, because now that we've got cymatics is an expression of how sound forms shapes, right? And the mathematical sacred geometry behind the laws of sound and intonation becoming shape. This is how the third principle of Hermes manifests through the fourth principle of Hermes to produce the rhythm. And that rhythm is a reflection of the sound, which is that Saturnial structuring of information, which produces these geometric patterns. And these geometric patterns, the word comes forth from there. So we could consider that language is Mercury's domain, but it was created through Saturn's effects. And here we got that subtle relationship once again, right? between Mercury and Saturn. This is why Mercury sits at the center of Saturn Square. And why, when you look at the sigil, Mercury holds that very special space, that negative space in the center of Saturn's domain, which in itself, I think, speaks volumes about the nature of Saturn's potential and Mercury's relation to it. And why we see the square of Mercury pinned in its corner to Saturn, to number 8. This relationship between the two. So to bring this back to crystals and how the crystals are related to opening portals between extra-dimensional entities and extraterrestrials, why we have this connection, which we will find, which is resplendent and repeated by many different people who have experience, is because these shapes bound by the crystal represent these cymatic forms of vibration through which consciousness emanates information. And we have repeated or copied these forms and turned them into syllables that we can speak of, and then represented these syllables symbolically, right? In terms of the geometry and the geometry and the numbers that they represent, the sacred geometry being reflected back in towards a symbolic concept, so that we are able to use our thought potential to program using these symbols. And this is why writing, to write is to put down the correct, to write something, to correct reality. You write down in stone to correct reality. This is magic. My version of reality is more correct than reality, and I want to write reality with my sigils. This is why wizards and witches use sigils. So backtracking with all of that into the notion of crystals holding their shape and holding the space, I think is a good way of thinking of crystals. Crystals hold space because of their shapes, and they allow qualities to be bound to that shape, particular qualities, colors, and resonant frequencies that color represents. And that shape as well is a reflection of a particular tonality in terms of cymatics. So you've got both the etheric container of the shape of the crystal holding the astral qualities of what kind of energies that particular container or shape is going to allow to travel through it. And the energy traveling through it is the quality that we're able to channel into our physical form. But the shape of that crystal represents how it's going to interact with matter on physical levels. It's an interesting concept. So that cymatic resonant vibrational field. Oh, Vincent, could you not go somewhere other than McDonald's, brother? I'm thinking about your health, man, your longevity. Big love. Enjoy your breakfast wherever you go. Yeah, man. Isn't there a raw food place anywhere near you? Get the energy in your body raw. Anyway, but enjoy it. So we'll be with you, and you'll be with us in heart and in spirit. And yeah, so this cymatic representation of the alphabet as an image that the consciousness is able to symbolically charge with thought, passion, and energy as a sigil, which became the alphabets, as we've broken down the meaning of the word alphabet previously, is really contained in the crystallization. And these crystallization points, which we call crystals, are crystallization points of consciousness that bind qualities. So these particular crystals are able to act as a gateway, a doorway between the worlds, because they hold their form and their structure so well. And they're also able to act as a gatekeeper by the qualities that they allow to move through them. Well, enjoy your junk food, dear Vincent. You only live once, and bless the food before you eat it. Promise me that. Big love, man. As long as you enjoy it, I suppose that's a big part of it. So yeah, I think acting as a gatekeeper to the qualities that crystal has its own gatekeeping potential and acting as a gateway towards the shape of the vibrational field that it's going to emanate. And namaste, Gregory. I hope you're good. Hope you are having an absolutely great day. And these two potentials of a crystal means that based upon the quality, certain beings can be traveling and communicating through this crystal as per the qualities that the gatekeeping potential of that particular crystal. And they're also able to have effects that they can move in the world through that crystal, manifestationally, through the shapes. Yeah? Through the shapes that it's associated with in terms of the cymatic vibrational potential that shape represents, the sacred geometry of that particular crystallizing nodes. Those crystallizing nodes that produce that field of crystallization. And so this is, 101, basically why extraterrestrials and entities, and I'm lumping them together for simplicity because this is a whole discussion in itself, are able to communicate with us through crystals, and why scrying works with crystals. I don't know. I thought, Cosmic, have you eaten your sandwich?
I'm done. I'm done with my lunch. Well, I think that with scrying in particular, essentially you're creating a mirror, which in my system basically is opening yourself up to a new Zerfax outside of yourself. Because you think about, you're like I mentioned earlier that the room that you're currently inhabiting right now, like I'm looking at both of your guys' room, like Franklin, your room with the gray walls and the picture in the background, that's the Zerfax you exist in this particular moment. But what a mirror does, or a crystal ball, is it basically it's a doorway to the adjacent Zerfax next to you, the sort of the fourth dimensional sort of like extension to where you're at right now. And as for crystals, I think I want to kind of like add another element, because you talk about crystals and cymatics, but I'm thinking also about like numerology and the sort of the what's the right word? The sort of the energetic resonance that comes from numbers being organized in a kind of a certain way, like the magic square of like Mercury you were showing earlier in today's product, or the other like magical squares based on those different planets. What you see with those grid of all those numbers is a kind of a musical interplay between numbers, and that kind of creates a resonant energy field, which then that energy field then becomes a sound, and then that sound is then cymatically turned into a form. So basically what I'm saying here is that there's a cymatics that exists between sound and form, but there's also a cymatics that exists between information and sound, but kind of like in the next, like a progression, but backwards. So in the same way that a sound has a shape, that sound has a sort of a mathematical sort of relationship. Like you think about like different notes having different sort of hertz and frequencies. Because I'm thinking, when I think of information, like in its pure, raw, unadulterated state, and it seems that information then becomes converted into energy when the information is it sort of creates a kind of a symmetry, a sort of a, I guess you could say a kind of lively vitality. But I think that's also a really important element of the equation here, because if you think about what a sigil is that the sigil, it sort of creates a vibration, right? Because you think about, you have a certain point, you create a certain shape, that creates a certain energetic feeling within your mind. So it's almost like there's like a different dimension. And then that energy that you get from the sigil then cymatically becomes transformed into your intention that manifests itself in the physical world. So I've kind of added a third step to this process.
Yeah, exactly. that intention, the word intention, is it by coincidence that it carries tension? And is tension a reflection of those crystallizing lattices, right, of a crystal? Like, does it take tension between these 3 points to maintain that shape? What do you guys think of that as an idea? And what is intention?
I think it not only represents intention, but I think that, I was thinking the other day about like atoms, right? And you think about how each atom has a different like electron, count, so to speak. Like they'll say like you have a hydrogen has like, 1 electron, and it's a very stable element because if you think about it, I think of the metaphor of like a juggler. If you're only juggling 1 ball, that element is going to be more stable in terms of how it interacts with other elements. Whereas if you have something like plutonium or one of these like highly radioactive elements, they have like 100 or so electrons in them, and they're very unstable. But I was thinking what makes them unstable is it's like you think about you as a juggler. The more balls that you were trying to juggle with your hands, the harder it is to maintain juggling those balls without them all, falling to the floor. So what I'm thinking here is that it takes a certain willpower of the atom to juggle the electrons. And what it basically shows that there's a certain point where the atom no longer has the capacity to juggle electrons and it becomes unstable and falls apart. In the same way, if we tried to juggle too many spheres, all the balls would simply just sort of fall to the floor. And basically what the Fae have sort of told me about in terms of how physical matter manifests in different dimensions, and that their idea is that in different universes, matter has a certain level of consciousness. So the idea being is that the more conscious the physical matter becomes, the physical properties change because it has more intelligence, it has more willpower. It can essentially hold atoms like plutonium with a higher level of stability and less likely for, nuclear explosions, so to speak. So I forgot where I was going with that, but I literally just lost my train of thought. But anyway, yeah, it's essentially that matter. Now I remember what I was doing. That matter essentially has a willpower. It's because we think, because like I was going back to the whole idea of like thinking of atoms as mechanical versus thinking of them as organisms, right? Because you think about a machine like a computer, right? You give it its prompt and it always does what it does, like with no hesitation, just happens instantly. But if you really look at, atoms, that because if you think of it this way, if the universe was truly deterministic, like the materialists said, I feel like maybe the universe would be more stable in a weird sense. It would be more robotic and mechanical, and everything would just be a lot more logical. But I think in a weird sense, the fact that there is so much illogic in the universe and so many things that are sort of chaotic and unpredictable, that seems to lend more credence to the idea that this matter is organic. Because I think about like an atom that's like trying to hold a lot of electrons. It's like a finite organism trying to sort of maintain its structure the same way that like an animal, eats and drinks in order to maintain itself. So yeah, that's what I was thinking about. So basically my thesis is that when it comes to why is it that certain universes have different laws of physics, and I think this is the explanation, because you think about the atoms are still the same, right? You still have the same electron count, but the sort of the energetic frequency behind the matter has more intelligence to maintain stability with higher, more complex atoms.
When you first started speaking, I thought you were talking about Adam. Adam is in Adam and Eve. Then I realized you were talking about atom. I thought, haha, what is the story of Adam really about? And these connections. We're all these different atoms in the world, that we are part of a structure of humanity. And atum, I suppose that's probably a good place to go and look, right? Yeah, the atum notion. So this is the Egyptian deity Atum as an image. Yeah, I thought it nice to bring an image. Somebody mentioned that it's good to show an image. Well, I hope you all can all see the image well. And don't you love this dude is rocking a pretty impressive headpiece, wouldn't you say? He's got the staff of power. He's got the ankh of life. And he's got the rays of the sun there. Notice like what's dangling down off his clothes. It's sort of like the staff of office that relates, I believe, on some level to Anubis, to rulership over the underworld, or a connection to the underworld as well, but the life that stems from it. And you got to love this little spiral that comes off the front of his head, or his headpiece, right? And the particular shape that he's got on top of his head. So obviously, sometimes it's rendered as Atem or Timu. They've actually got a shop in China. Here in South Africa, it's quite popular. So he created his father, himself and his father, of Shu and Tefnet, the divine couple who are the ancestors of the other Egyptian deities. Isn't that interesting that he created himself, then he created his father and his mother? He's also closely associated with the evening sun as a primordial god and as the evening sun. He has a chthonic and underworld connections, as I pointed out, that little symbol, right, which relates him to Anubis in the underworld. He was relevant to the ancient Egyptians throughout most of Egypt's history. He is believed to have been present in ideology as early as pre-dynastic times. So he's one of the old deities. And so they say he's related to the old kingdom. I don't believe their timelines. I think that they can take their timelines and throw it in the bin, personally. But what that does mean is he's one of the elder gods, the elder deities. That's what it means to me. And he becomes overshadowed by Re later on, the sun. His name is thought to derive from the verb tum, which means to complete or to finish. And we're talking about the number 9 in the Enneagram. There's an element of Mars there. Thus, he has been interpreted as being the complete one. So he represents the Enneagram on a subtle level, which is what we're talking about here. We're talking about the atom, the substantial emanation of reality. And we can see that emanation happens through 9 different phases interlocking, representing 8 different things moving around a central hub, the 9th element. And so he returns to the watery chaos at the end of the creative cycle. Now we're talking about the story of Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva. And Vishnu lays down on the ocean to sleep. And when he lays down on the ocean to sleep, Shiva returns to the great ocean. And then when Vishnu reawakens between the yugas of creation and destruction, as it's referenced in the Vedic, just to show people how closely this is associated with Vedic law, then Shiva emerges once again from Vishnu sleepiness on the great ocean, that great ocean representing to the Kabbalists, right, the primordial waters of Bina, which represents to the European people the triple goddess. To the ancient Greeks, the 3 weavers of fate is the unmanifest aspect, and the manifest aspect of these three would be through the triple goddess, which we know as the goddess of magic, Hecate, and her three forms, which is reflected in India through that process that brings the manifestation into being as the Shakti, the Kali, and the Parvati, as that triple goddess. So it's very interesting, this atum, and this is where we get our word atom from. So there's no mistake or coincidence here. Is one of the most important and frequently mentioned deities from the earlier times in the older Perma texts, where sometimes syncretized with Re. That came later, I believe. A lot of those texts were written, I believe, at different times. I think some of the earlier texts would put him as being central, and then at some point Re was like, well, I want to be associated with this guy. I want you to like let everybody know that I am the reincarnation of this. So I am him. Him is I. So at some point, Re and Atum became sort of synchronized. So there's obviously these contradictions of how he was brought into existence. The earlier stories is that he created his parents. The later stories are obviously Re's more involved, but he was originally conceived of as the cosmic egg within the primeval or the primordial waters of being. And so during this primordial flood, he became the source of everything, and from him sprang all the other gods and the deities, and from them the pantheon was born, and the numerations took their roles in differentiating the reality. But we've got to understand that we're in a pre-time phase, so everything happens simultaneously. Even though we're looking at it from a perspective of a timeline, we must always remember that that timeline is a human created idea, but all of these things sprang from him. The multiplicity arose from unity due to the awakening of this Atum. So, there's a lot of interesting concepts here. For those of you that are intrigued, go and look at study Atum, and more importantly, study him, what he's wearing. Look at all the layers he's got here. You see how important lapis lazuli is here? Lapis lazuli, Venus. So Venus was very important, representing the night sky. And the Venus is also related to the feminine part of when Venus and the moon meet, you have Shivratri, because Venus sits like that star in the crescent, right? It's like, so you can map certain sacred holidays in accordance with this, these pictures. Then, the other texts that debate whether he created Shu and Tefnut by spitting them out of his mouth by means of saliva and semen. These are some of the oldest versions of stories that you'll find amongst many indigenous cultures. He's also described as Shu and Tefnut being birthed by his hand. That's a late idea, I think, that he was the artificer and that he fashioned them out of clay. But originally it would have been body fluids, because that's how the ancients really conceived of these things. Have I missed anything? The pharaohs were considered that they would arise as a tomb. I think this notion here that we see of he was a solar deity, I think this came later. I think he was before the sun, but Ra wanted to be associated with him, or the followers of Ra wanted to associate Ra with Atum so that there was a continuity. Because as you know, one religion grows out of another religion. And so it doesn't just leave the other religion behind. It has to absorb all of those worshippers into its new religion. So it's got to have some relevance that can step from that to the next. The same way that Christianity grew out of, Judaism. And we can see Buddhism growing out of Vedic knowledge, and Taoism growing out of Confucianism. You know, you can see all these ideas here. Or is it the other way around? India, have I got that wrong? Did Taoism grow out of Confucianism, or did Confucianism grow out of Taoism? I always thought of Taoism as being the most ancient, but I don't know.
Confucianism made Taoism write it down.
Bawakasha, brother.
Yeah.
So I think like all of these things are like pictorial representations of what you're saying. Am I right or wrong, Cosmic?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. What you were saying about the atom and about this creation, and I think it sort of mirrors these ancient myths that were basically teaching us all of the sacred knowledge that we're sort of all stumbling upon from our own perspectives, like bits and pieces, puzzle pieces being dug out of the bones of the earth. But bringing it back to the supernatural functions of crystals as a gateway and a gatekeeper, I think this is why you will see like the story of this guy, right? Like, what is he wearing? Well, he's wearing all sorts of crystals, isn't he? You know, he's wearing his different colored crystals. There's what has he got here? Open image in a new tab. Let's see if we can get a nice close up on what he's wearing. So we should be able to get a good look here. So he's obviously this. The indigo here is probably lapis lazuli, lazurite. Notice Lazarus, the name lazurite, lapis lazuli. Lazurite is the blue stone in lapis lazuli, and it's got pyrite, the gold, right? Bound in it in a substrate with some of the gray. What's the gray one called? I forget. So that's what lapis lazuli. The higher quality of lapis lazuli has very little gray, but mostly lazurite, and a high intensity of indigo color of lazurite. Most of it's color treated, so you got to really watch out for it. With good, well separated, lots of pyrite flecks, because pyrite is a very spiritual protection stone. Obviously, it's self-expression, right? The gold, that self-expression color of yellow. Pyrite represents that self-expression to the point of I'm expressing my aura and nothing shall pass. Pyrite. Lapis lazuli is I'm going inwards to awaken psychic potential, specifically, not just to the unconscious. I'm consciously going to awaken these psychic forces ritualistically. Inanna, her journey into the underworld is what that represents. Then we've also got here, we've got what looks like cornelian. Is that cornelian? Or is that ruby, or hard to see? He's got a layer of green, right? Which I would probably relate to, what's that green stone that's so beautiful? It represents knowledge in its purest form. It's toxic, it's poisonous. Can anybody in the chat think of the name of the stone that's so beautiful? Yeah, lapis.
What color is it?
Sorry?
What color is it?
Green. It's that green stone that's often polished. It's quite
Jade.
cheap. But if you got it uncut, it's toxic
Jade?
and poison. Not jade, but jade is
it's
one of
not
those.
jade. It's that one from Russia. It's meteoric stone. It's moldavite.
I wasn't talking about
Moldavite.
Moldavite, but Moldavite comes from the Moldau Valley between Poland and Czech Republic. A lot of it's in the Czech Republic. Some of it was in Poland. There might be some further strew field from that particular crash, because it was a big explosion. Bits went everywhere. But the greatest concentration of it was found in the Moldau. And I think that's because it was deeper and they had to dig. But there's probably some of it found as far as Russia and like a bigger strew field. But probably most of that has already been picked up over like the thousands of years. Moldavite being... I'm not wearing my malas at the moment, but I've got a nice big chunk of Moldavite that I wear. Normally you'll see me with my things on. One of those is a piece of Moldavite. I love my Moldavite. But yeah, so anyway, you can see all these crystals that this guy's wearing, and they're sort of suggestive here of Duh. Sorry, people. I should have been showing you here. So there's the gold. I'm reckoning that's probably gold and pyrite. There's the indigo, the lapis lazuli. This could even be citrine that he's wearing here. Citrine has a similar effects. Powerful psychic protection, powerful cleansing action on the chakras, keeping the edges of your aura really well refined. Malachite. Malachite. Malek is the word for king. And that's that green, I think. It looks like a very refined form of green. Malachite was one of that's called the king's stone, and the kings would wear green. And you were designated king because you ruled. Is that rulership element of Saturn, the knowledge to rule? Makes me think of Solomon and all of these. He walked like an Egyptian. Thank you, our tuition. I just saw your comment, Malachite. Yeah, man, that's such a beautiful stone. It's a stone of knowledge, of kingly knowledge. And it's cheap. Everybody should have malachite. I've got big chunks of uncut malachite. I love my stones uncut. If you get uncut malachite and you handle it, make sure you rinse your hands and wash the stone off regularly so that any abrasion of dust coming off the stone gets carried off it by the water, keeps the stone. I use uncut malachite, but it comes with a health warning, so be careful. I love my malachite. In fact, it makes me want to go and dig up my crystals right now as I'm talking to you. I haven't handled malachite in a while. I've been handling a small selection of stones, but golden healer. I love my golden healers, double terminates, very powerful. So yeah, this atum, I think we're talking about that crystallizing process, and the crystals as a function of a gateway and a gatekeeper. Exactly our tuition. There's a toxic element to malachite. It can be bad for your lungs if you breathe it in. But yeah, so be careful if you handle malachite. Just use your nog. Yeah. Like anything that you're handling that you don't want to get in your mouth, you breathe it in. And don't rub the malachite with your hands and breathe it in. What I always do with malachite is I rinse it off underwater before I handle it. Rinse off any of the loose bits, right? Rinse it off and rub it while under the water, rinse it off, and then handle it while it's wet. The water energizes it, and that means that any bits of the dust is going to stick to the stone instead of getting blown off in your face. And then you go and rinse it off with your hands and wash your hands well afterwards. That's my precautions if you're handling uncut stones, or get a polished stone. That's the other version. Get it polished. It's very commonly found polished. I don't know why I love my stones uncut, but I just do. I like feeling the rawness of the earth when I touch things. But yeah, so these crystals act as malachite, for example, is an example here, will bring a bridge to bring out your natural rulership qualities of Saturnian potential, that knowledge which makes you fit to rule, where the yellow stone of citrine will bring out that self-expressive and qualities that it takes to express that knowledge in order to rule. The number one, right? But number 8, malachite, that knowledge. They're both sort of intrinsic. This is why 8 has important elements with regards to rulership, kingliness, and why number 1, the sun, has important elements with regards to rulership, from a numerological perspective. So yeah, I thought to get into this cosmic. We got your brain. Let's tap it. Are you ready to get your brain tapped, brother?
All right, let's do it.
What are the Fae idea of crystals and communication, and as tuning forks to bring through particular frequencies of consciousness? What
I
do
want
they
to get
say
to that, but I want to show a quick image first, because I was looking at images of malachite on Google, and this one particular image I found really striking. I have it set up in the queue, if you can see. See, look at this. It looks organic. Like if you look at the crystal structure of this malachite, it looks like some kind of like plant or moss. Like this kind of like reconfirms my theory that crystals are essentially the missing link between organic and inorganic matter. And that's,
Do I hear a hallelujah?
Yeah.
Do I hear a hallelujah? Please carry on, brother. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's really kind of fascinating. But in terms of regards to what the Fae talk about, this is sort of one of their levels of it's basically crystal intelligence is like one level below animal and organic intelligence, but sort of above like energetic sort of intelligence, like pure raw energy. When it comes to the Fae and speaking with entities, you were talking about, breath earlier and meditation earlier. I think one of the reasons it's so difficult for people to talk to entities, for example, is that we're so used to in our minds associating all the words that are spoken into our head and associating those as our thoughts. Because really, when it comes to, if you want to properly channel an entity and you want to properly communicate with it, you have to have a room of silence in your mind in order for the entity to speak to you. Because if you're just kind of like, talking to yourself or you're monologuing yourself, every time I find, because I'm a person who tends to talk to himself a lot. It's just kind of what I do when I go on my walks. I tend to talk to myself. And I noticed that when I am spending a lot of my time talking to myself, thinking about stuff that's going on in the world or thinking about daily events, I find it really difficult to channel entities when I'm thinking like that, if my brain is just going off. Whereas if I just let my mind go completely blank or just focusing on something, sometimes the entities will just kind of show up unannounced. And when it comes to speaking to entities, I think that the crystal connection is that, okay, let me kind of explain how I am when I work with my Fae, right? So I work with about roughly like 7 or 8 main Fae spirits that I talk to. And there's like a couple that I talk to on a very more consistent basis, right? And each one of these Fae spirits has a color that's associated with them. So one of the main spirits that I talk to, whose name is Kathiza, her energy is green. So what happens is it's almost like I feel the presence of this green energetic entity. And by sort of kind of merging with that entity, it's like it almost uses my own brain to speak to me, right? So it's almost like I have a sort of, and I think the other thing that's important when it comes to entities, I think it's important to have a sense of self and identity. I know that ego death and having a sense of selflessness is talked about a lot of times in the cult. But I think the reason it's important to have a sense of individual self is because you need to be able to distinguish your mind, your voice, and your energy from the entity that you're speaking with, so you can actually have a certain conversation. So it's like, in a sense, the words that come from me, I feel like it's coming from my energetic center, my being, who I am. Whereas when I'm speaking with a fairy entity, it's almost like I'm sort of intersecting with some other form of being, some other soul. And it's almost like a different soul is using my brain to sort of speak to me, right? And I think crystals is one of these energetic portals, because I think that in the same way, because most spiritual energy, I think souls have a kind of color quality to them. And I think that crystals can be one, conduit to bring you closer to energy. So Zarfixology in this process is it kind of correlates with the Hermetic principle of correspondence, right? So for example, like I mentioned before, Kathiza is a green entity, right? And you kind of, in the way that you understand how close or far away a spirit is towards you, is how many Zerfaxes are they away from you. So if you just kind of hear just a very faint voice, you just have a very faint feeling, it's like, 4 Zerfaxes away. But if it's like they're whispering in your ear and you can feel their breath on your face, then it's like they're in the same Zerfax as you, basically. But here's the point. So let's say Kathiza is 2 Zerfaxes away from you, right? if I have a green crystal or some kind of green object, that acts as a Zerfax bridge that kind of creates a circuit that connects my Zerfax with Kathiza's Zerfax. And that green crystal acts as a kind of a bridge or a circuit to connect the Zerfaxes together, or to sort of bring them like closer, because you have some green object, you can already feel the green energy. Now I don't have to project my mind into as many Zerfaxes in order to connect this entity. So what I mean by a Zerfax, think of a Zerfax as a unit of astral distance, a unit of mind space distance. Like this, like for example, maybe this object is like 3 Zerfaxes away. So you think of it as like 3 Zerfaxes, 3 universes from some other object. So I think of it like that. But what I've noticed with entities is that sometimes you can channel entities with crystals, but obviously sound is also a big factor too. Many channeling and rituals often employ sound, ritual drumming, music, tonal chants. And sometimes these tones can also generate these certain frequencies, but maybe, I think it's because I have synesthesia. I kind of have like a secret weapon and kind of an unfair advantage when it comes to this, because I don't necessarily think most people, average people, associate sound with color. Because I associate with sound with color, it's like I don't need as much visual implements. I can just hear the sound and the color. It's like I'll hear a certain tone and I'll just vibrate with like a green emerald energy, right? And crystals are kind of like, it's taking that energy. Here's what I think of it. Think of like music. Think of it like a fruit, right? It's like the music and the sound is like the juice, and the crystal is the pulp of the fruit that contains the juice. So crystals are essentially, they're sort of energy sponges, if you will. And so that's kind of how they would probably describe sort of crystal intelligence. It's not so much a factor of that, just kind of more about like mapping out mind space and so on and so forth. But the idea is that what magical objects do is it reduces the psychic distance between you and your intention. So let's say, you have an intention, but it's essentially, 4 universes distant from you. Well, if you have some kind of magical object or magical stone or some sort of sigil or whatever, now that intention, that desire, is only 3 universes away. And then you incorporate a ritual into that, and you incorporate like the astrological times. Now the intention is only 2 universes away. And the more magical things you implement, the closer the distances between you and intention, the closing of the gap, so to speak. That's what I think. That's more or less kind of what the Fae have to say in regards to crystals. They really see crystals as like a type of organism, right? And it's like a sort of a lower level, sort of like the if you think of like, human consciousness, and like they have human consciousness, then you have animal consciousness, plant consciousness, then crystal consciousness, then rock, then atoms, then pure energy, in that particular order, kind of in a descending order, essentially. But yeah, that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I like the idea that they're a sponge of that energy, and that was a good analogy with the fruit. But it definitely has power, and I feel like if you associate the colors of the stone with the particular chakras that they're associated, it can actually help remove blockages, which is what they do in the practice of Reiki, and it can be very effective. And I feel like also the stones may have more power beyond a chakra, and when they have influxes of different colors within them as well. So they can be a combined stone with multiple different energies. And I know there's some that are really powerful for dreaming. I know amethyst can be really powerful for dreaming, and selenite can be really good for dreaming as well. And those are kind of purple stones. They're like higher consciousness stones. Can bring you into probably a beautiful illuminated dream. Whereas I think maybe other stones could bring you into a different side of the dream realm. I don't know.
I think that's very possible with the idea, because like I mentioned that map before about how the Zarfexes are different colors. That's definitely, so you can think of almost like colors as astral coordinates in the same way that you have a map. You just said that, 45 latitude, 63 longitude. You think of it as like horizontal dimension green, vertical dimension purple, or something like that. And so it's almost like you think of like colors as a way to kind of like think about distance and math and objects. And it's like a more, because the spiritual realm is a lot more abstract and it can't be easily quantified with numbers and actual physical distances. Color then kind of becomes the next best thing for sort of like mapping out that space. So yeah, I would definitely think that different crystals would be different portals to different parts of the spirit realm.
Yes, exactly. Different portals, different pathways, holding different qualities as well. Like from that particular Zerfax or that place, you can connect with beings that are aligned with that quality as well. Because there's like obviously a lot of different beings out there. It's like a whole different, like on Earth, there's a lot of different populations, right? There's animals, there's humans, there's whales, there's dolphins, there's this, there's that, there's trees, there's, and they all have their own communication, something to share. This is a very shamanic idea, We like to pass off animals as being like not important, but wow, what we can learn from animals. Oh, what they know that we don't know is something that we don't know what we don't know. And we judge ourselves as being so superior, but then we observe animals. They carry their own thing. Here's something I want to bring up and just point out, because I think that it's relevant. I think that it's important. I think it's something for us to really take into consideration in not a small way, but a big way, a very, very big way. So most of the quartz, just before we prefix this, quartz is fundamental. Most crystals are structured of quartz, and have quartz is like fundamentally piezoelectric. What does that mean? You generate electricity through tension. So the tension of the crystal generates electricity, and whenever that tension is affected, there's an electrical discharge. That electrical discharge can produce light. This is how that thing on your bicycle works, right? That makes your bicycle light without a battery. Dynamos, quartz, piezoelectric reaction, producing light. And that's what we're seeing by the turning wheel rubbing against it. So now silica is baseline structure to many crystals. And then there's other crystals like calcite, which is based upon calcium. So calcite's obviously going to it's going to resonate with the calcium in your bones, right? It's going to resonate with that principle of calcification in alchemy, right? Silica, right? Silica is going to resonate with quartz. Now, here we're looking at silica in the brain, for example, right? And, I would say that there are papers out there that you could look at that are quite important. And I could read from papers that I've got here from the PMC, right? I'm sure you guys know the PMC, PubMed. And just give me 1 second while I open for my son quickly. I won't be more than a moment.
Yeah, I've used PubMed before. It's a great resource. And if you're ever interested in looking at some research articles to back up some thoughts that you might have about what might be, you can check out some research and some evidence with statistical findings on PubMed to show what the case really is. And oftentimes, they usually say that there's, never necessarily a causal relationship, but a correlational relationship, which is always, pretty fair way of saying that there's a connection, but they can't say necessarily that it's a direct connection. They think there might be sometimes, and statistics and research could potentially a greater overarching connection they both spawn from. So you'll see that in research articles a lot, correlation. But go on, what were you going to show us in PubMed?
Well, I was just first going to get into this idea. These ideas are out here, and there are papers that go into the specifics. I'm using silica as an example. So the silica, the meninges and the choroid plexus have found the highest concentrations of silicon in the brain, right? It's also silicon is found in other parts of the brain. It's important with regards to the electrical process, right? We use silicons for what? Computers, to make the brain of a computer. Without silicon, you can't make the brain of a computer. So is it surprised that we've got a lot of silicon in our brains, right? Also in the connective tissue, which is our bones, it's a trace element of silicon. So, there's something to consider. The silicon content decreases as we get older. That's when our bones get softer and start getting brittle because of a lack of vibrational tuning, pitch of the bones. And the synthetic silica on silicon nanoparticles shows they can be a concern because they can cross the blood-brain barrier and create neurotoxicity and inflammation and other adverse effects. So there's just one idea. And here is a PMC article about crystals in the brain, right? And this is probably like a whole long paper, which we could get into, but I would recommend for people to go and take a look at this, because there's actually quite a lot of evidence found of different cracks. The border cells, for example, the grid cells, the cell walls often have crystalline elements in them. Grid cells have attracted attention because the crystal-like structure underlying their firing fields is not like a sensory system imported from the outside world, but it's created within the brain itself. I want you to think of that, what that's saying, right? Our senses, our sensory system has a lot to do with crystal. And the synapse downstream is the hippocampus. The map is associated with specific features and experiences, forming individualized maps that are stored in the neural networks of the brain regions. Studies of grid cells may thus provide access to some of the basic computational operations of cortical circuits. Just think about what these are, and I think there's probably a lot of other articles that you guys can find. For those of you that are interested, I don't put too much stock into, hey, what happened to our Indy? Okay, his internet fell off, or his battery. I don't necessarily put too much stock into these articles, but there's something to learn from them because, there are people doing the research. There's something in it. But anyway, so we've got silica in the brain. Another big one we got in the brain is magnetite. You were talking about of how these creatures talk through the brain, right?
Yeah.
Cosmic?
Yeah, I was.
Well, crystals is a big part of it, how this works. That's why you don't have to hold crystals, because you've actually got the crystals in your body. It's in your bones. It's in your brain. It's part of your central nervous system. The magnetite is obviously a big part of it as well, aligning with the Earth's magnetic field so that the Mother Earth can become a communication device that can communicate with us and through us. And other elements, calcium is different kinds of crystal, and the vast salts, all the different salts that our body needs. The minerals that we absorb are the salts, big part of it. these salts are crystals. I want you to think about that for a moment. Like even sodium chloride is a crystal. We have to absorb this crystal. We have to dissolve the crystal and absorb it into our body, and then it recrystallizes in our body as part of our system. And all these other salts, these minerals, potassium, very important. It's a salt, right? Like just think about all of these other crystals, phosphorus, all these things that we need to. Indy Stage is back. He's on fire. He's back in the room. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, prepare for the man. Somebody asked me the other day, I shared this video and they said, why is he not wearing his shirt? And I was like, dude, we want chicks watching this. That's literally what I said to him. Like, you know, like we need more women viewers. So Indy's like, he's like, I'll be your mascot. Get all the ladies out here. Because, you know, we like, it shouldn't just be a bunch of old guys like sitting around. You know, we need the young girls to come and watch the show as well. It's good for them. It's thanks to Indy, a lot of women are getting enlightened out there. My own girlfriend says like the show is much more exciting when Indy's sitting around without his shirt on, and I think she's right. You know, so yeah, good on. So, but yeah, all these crystals in our brain and part of our central nervous system, part of our connective structures, part of our bones. These minerals, these salts, these are all essentially crystals and form other crystals within our body and interact with the magnetite and the silica, right? Which is essentially the baseline of quartz. So this is why we are able to, now I want you to imagine these beings, extraterrestrials, for a moment. Why are they able to telepathically communicate with us? Well, they also have these crystals in their body. Think about it. In their brains, in their neural structures, in their systems. And so these crystals create like a vibrational field of resonance between them. And that vibrational resonant field is both physical and non-physical. So there's a transcendent potential to this vibrational field by two things vibrating at the same pitch, harmonics. And that vibrational field becomes a conduit through which information can move. We see this happening with quantum computers, do we not? Quantum computers are these vibrational fields that are actually acting as computer CPUs and hard drives. What a powerful concept, right? That the computing is not a crystal and a thing, it's a computational field that's created because of crystals and the resonant frequencies that produce a subspace field through which information can be processed very fast. Human brains have the same subspace field that is processing information on many levels really fast, and other beings have the same subspace field that is processing information really fast. And the harmonic resonance between certain elements of our consciousness and the minerals in our body and the consciousness and minerals in their body and the pitch and the harmonics and the tuning by the qualities and the shapes of the crystal is able to produce a subspace connection through which information is able to move. This is why we'll find a lot of people that are communicating with extraterrestrials say like they pick up a crystal and they start focusing on the crystal and they feel the vibration of the crystal in their body, and suddenly they're like, bing, I'm not alone. Who am I talking to? And so this opens like a lot of doors. I mean, what do you guys think of bringing it back down to the baseline minerals and salts in our bodies that are doorways? How's that fit with your system, Cosmic? And Indy, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just kind of looking right now. I just did a quick Google search of what distinguishes a crystal from a regular rock. And what it said, I think this is a pretty good definition, is that a crystal is usually based on some kind of singular mineral, and it's based on a singular repeating pattern that goes around. Whereas a rock is usually a mixture of minerals. So what the crystal is, if you think about it from the crystal from the rock, is it's distinguished and individuates itself from the minerals in the sense when it has its own space. But this goes back to what I was talking about earlier about, combining things versus letting them be distinct. See, when you take all these minerals and you combine them together, it looks like an ugly rock. But if you can separate these minerals and let them be in this purest form, they turn into these beautiful colorful, ornate crystals, because in a way it's like, because they're not, they're not, what's the right word? Kind of trapped by all the other minerals, kind of trying to define itself in the rock.
They're not
It has,
mixed.
it has
Sure.
space to be itself. You know what I'm saying? It's not, it doesn't have to conform with the sort of the other minerals that are sort of, around it. And if you think about it, it's like, you think about what is intelligence, and intelligence is sort of being able to sort of distinguish yourself from the herd in a way. If you think about it, like, you think about like evolution, and I always think about like the first fish that, grows legs and comes onto land, going from fish to amphibian. And I think in the same way, there's a similar progression between rock and crystal. I look at those two elements in the exact same way. A fish evolves into a frog, a rock evolves into a crystal. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah, I love that. Indie brother.
Yeah. I wanted to mention that yeah, I like the idea of rocks evolving. That's really cool. But I also wanted to mention that the crystals that have resonance with our different energies and stuff. Some people believe that they're actually a living being, and they do meet a lot of the requirements of a living being. They're self-structuring, and they hold resonance with the organic life. And they are not a cellular life form, but they do create themselves and seem to allow, like Franklin has mentioned, like a portal for us to enter into their trapped energies that they have, that they allow us to kind of bring into our own field. So I know that if you carry them on your fingers, they can have like different effects. Like, for example, labradorite. If you have like labradorite jewelry of any kind, it can protect your aural field. It will, it contains many different colors, like a rainbow of colors. And so it can protect whatever your aura is. And it's known for doing that. It's been effective for me in situations where I want to stay calm and peaceful, and I'm amidst people that are not, particular people that are agitators. So if you have an agitator, you can use labradorite. And also, I think like having a black stone, a dark stone on you, maybe onyx, obsidian, something of the sort, garnet, can help drain negative energies, or so-called like negative energies from you. Like if you're angry, if you have anxieties and worries, the dark stone can kind of soak them up for you, so you don't have to keep them on your mind. You can get it away from your system. So they're effective in a lot of different ways.
Tourmaline is one of those. This isn't tourmaline. This is black tektite. But I love black tektite because I love the density feel of it. I love the pitch of it. I love the way it shakes my energy field. Tourmaline is also very intense. But the word tour means to cast a spell, to tour someone. It's the same word that we have in English, to take a tour. A tour is a journey. From old times, a tour meant shamanically leaving your body. Right? To tour, to go on a journey. And that journey would be a way for you to connect with the archetypal structure and the guides, parts of the greater who we are, and bring through energy and guidance to achieve a goal. So tour, magical rites. Tour, to tour someone in Germanic languages and Dutch is to cast a spell on someone. And malign makes all magical effects malign. Right? So tourmaline neutralizes all magical effects. I don't have a piece of tourmaline here with me now. But like you say, the black one, the schkorl, is very good for that. I also like the rubite tourmaline, which is like a dark brown. Often you can find the rubite double terminates. Don't even get me talking about double terminates. We'll be here all day. I love double terminates. There we go. There's a piece of schkorl. Nice. Beautiful. Nice big one.
Yeah. It's got a little inclusion on the back.
Oh, yummy. Looks like quartz.
I mean, it
Rock
might
crystal,
be
huh?
could be feldspar. It's
Feldspar.
not translucent.
Yeah, could be. You know that piece that you showed us earlier, by the way?
Yeah.
Cosmic, that piece of green. I've got a piece like that, a nice big chunk.
Oh.
Very much like that. And guess what's growing on it? Guess what grows where malachite grows? One of my favorite crystals, very similar to lapis lazuli. It's called azurite.
Mm.
And azurite is such a beautiful stone, but it grows on the malachite. You see these indigo, sharp, bright indigo colored crystals growing on that green, mossy. Oh, this is why I love the uncut stones so much. Because there's an organic feel, like you were saying, Cosmic. And I like that what you guys were saying earlier. Tiger's eye is very powerful. You know, the blue tiger's eye was used by the shaman for protection during the journeys. I don't know if you know that. Lauren, namaste. How are you? I hope you're well. Nice, Lauren. Nice. It's always lovely to get stones, isn't it? Like, my girlfriend always comments to me. She says, like it's so cool. Like, our idea of a date is going to a place where there's lots of crystals. You know, going to the scratch patch, which is like the mineral kingdom here in like where I live, just down the road. And you can just go and look at stones and acquire stones, and they've just got like all different crystals. This is this huge place, and they cut the crystals there, they tumble the stones there. They got all different grades of crystals, big ones, small ones, rough ones, polished ones, this, that. Namaste, Lauren. Lovely to have you here as always. Obsidian. Yes, I actually, you say that, Lauren, I got a piece of uncut sharp shard of obsidian for my son when we went to the scratch patch. Just when did we go? It was Sunday. Was it Sunday? No, it wasn't Sunday. What am I saying? It was our anniversary. Of course, our anniversary. Where did we go? We went to a lovely little place to have some like cakes, and it's a place which is really lovely, where they've got like animals and you're outside, and it's like a farm place, but they've got like this really rustic little kind of a coffee shop restaurant there, where they've got just the best homemade, organically sort of sourced stuff there, natural. You can drink like higher grade kombucha there, and they've got this amazing carrot cake and amazing all these different nut slices and beautiful stuff. But it's like made with love by like a lovely crew of people. So we went there and we chilled there, and it was just really beautiful. And then after that, we went to the scratch patch, where I was determined to find green tourmaline for my love. I couldn't find any decent green tourmaline. I had to source it from eBay, but I did. Yay, I did. So I've got some really lovely pieces of green tourmaline coming, because it's something that's calling to her, that she doesn't have that translucent quality of green tourmaline. It was hard to find good green tourmaline. The prices have gone up incredibly, which is interesting. You know, your watermelon tourmaline always was a little bit on the dear side, can be for quality. Green, anyway, we got lucky. Diamonds are a little girl's best friend. I wear a diamond. It's normally on this pinky, but I've switched it to this pinky. So I've gone from Netzach to Malkut. I've gone from my spiritual center to my physical center, focusing the diamond into different parts of my personality. So now that's why it's here on this pinky. But diamond is Taurus. Got to do with the toric field, right?
Wear a diamond on my left too, but I lost it when I was chopping wood. I lost it one time, and so I ended up finding it later. It was in the dirt, and my girlfriend found it. You can't beat that sparkle, you know. It don't look like no little piece of glass or nothing. It's definitely a diamond. So thank God it
Lucky,
came.
brother.
I keep it on the shelf for special occasions now.
Well, you can't wear a diamond and chop wood.
No.
You gotta. I have to take it off every once in a while if I'm doing something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really chop wood, but like I'll do other. If I'm doing gardening or something, I have to take it off. Or if I'm drumming, got to take it off. If I'm
I love to chop wood. It's lost art. Everybody uses wood splitters because everybody's stuck on this gasoline tip. So, but I like dynamo power. Chopping wood's my thing.
No, it's great. I mean, I just don't live in a place where there's much wood to chop.
Well, I hear
if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So there isn't wood to chop out here, and if I order wood, it comes chopped, right? Like so. But and I've got some wood here. All the wood that I've got is it's like it comes in bags. It's chopped. But so diamonds are dire. Dire has got to do with two potentials, right? Diamond, mont. So mont has got to do with Venus. Mont. Venus. Mouth. And singing. Mont. The act of expressing the song, right? This the song that comes through the mouth. The mont, and it's also related to the month, right? And so Venus, very powerful element. This is like probably the most purest reflection of Venus, where the quality is combining all of the qualities. And so it represents, obviously, it represents the balance and purity of the Venus potential and how it can maintain one in tune with one's pure intentions, right? And devotion, bhakti. Diamonds, very important. So that's why they're so sought after. Yeah, diamonds make people stay, what's the word? True and devoted to their partners in relationships, for example, right? Wearing a diamond makes you become authentic and integrous in that, so that you always like do what's right by your partner or strive to that energy. There was something else I wanted to touch on, and I made a note about it so that I wouldn't forget. Something Cosmic said that. Oh, yes. Okay, so getting back to these crystals in our brain, crystal in our body, crystals as a part of us, crystals as other life beings, is like Cosmic was saying. I love that because it reaches home for me. And that we are made up out of all these other beings. I call it the chain of life. It's a shamanic concept. If you want to find it, go to BushWhisperer Speaks. There are 108, and then the second chapter of 108. There's 216. I think I need to load up the last few of the second chapter, 108. If you want to find them all, if there's a few short and missing, they're in my Patreon, just at BushWhisperer. You'll find them. They're also free to access. And then there's a series 3 that I've started uploading to my Patreon, which is going into much deeper, more occult concepts. But anyway, the chain of life comes up over and over again, and it's got to do with we aren't who we think we are. We are a chain of beings, and those chain of beings are like a fractal organism. We are a large fractal organism, but together as a humanity, as an egregore, we are a larger fractal organism, and exponentially upwards and exponentially downwards, small inwards. And so this chain of being represents all of these different aspects of the organisms that make us who we are. For example, that the heart is an independent organ. It's an independent organism from the liver and the spleen and the kidney and the brain, but they operate together as a team. And the team of these different organisms become so closely embedded that they get fixed into a single body, and they then become known as organs. But organs are just like organisms that have become so interdependent upon each other that they operate as a crew. So the organs on a ship would be your crew members on your ship, for example. Yeah, this one pulls the sail, this one holds the rudder, this one rows the boat, this one checks the compass, so that the boat goes where it has to go. So, yeah, man. So anyway, the question that was in my mind, and Cosmic, I think you're going to love this, is how much of that inner monologue that we think is us is actually us? I'm putting that to the table, and what you guys think in the chat. How much of the inner monologue that we're experiencing in our heads is actually us? And what does that mean?
Yeah, that's a good line of inquiry there. I think that one of the things that I notice in Western culture is that people in the West, they tend to their sense of identity comes from their language, how they speak, what they speak, but we don't really think of our sense of self as sort of being our energetic center, like our aura or our soul or whatever. That in my mind is where the self actually is. And sometimes we can look at words and we can think, they are who we are, but in a lot of ways they're not. One of the things that's been interesting with this whole channeling process is that one of the things that's, notable is that when I talk to these spirits, they obviously have a different voice than the one that I speak with, a completely different voice. And that creates a sense of distinction. It's like, okay, there's a female voice inside me. That must be a fae spirit and not me saying those words, because you kind of realize it's more like, you speak based on your feelings. Like, think about how much your mood informs how you organize words and sentences. Like, if you're angry, you're going to say things in a different way. If you're sad, you're going to say things in a different way. If you're happy, you're going to say things in a different way. So it's like different emotions sort of channel different forms of intelligence. Like, each emotion is associated with a certain type of intelligence, a certain type of mind or sort of language center. So for me, it's like I have my mood, my energy, and my vibe and my emotions, and these entities will have like a completely different energy, mood, vibe, and sort of emotional center. And it's like, by me sort of like feeling and channeling that other energetic center, it's like I can hear what those voices are essentially saying through a kind of like a higher, like sort of like similar to empathy in how it's sort of like it's processed, but it's where you're just sort of like really kind of like feeling that because the way I think about like thoughts and sort of the inner monologue and where they come from, there's always a speaker. There's always some kind of like, someone is making that, someone's saying those words, someone's saying those voices, and in our minds, we're connected to a vast, spiritual realm, and it is easy to, think that we're talking to a spirit when it's actually us, and vice versa. It's easy to think we're talking to ourselves and a spirit is sort of talking to you, right? So when it comes to inner monologue, I think it's important to when determining, whether it's you or an entity. First of all, it's understanding what your voice is and also understanding who you are as a person. When you understand, what your energy is and sort of who you are, you then have a better gauge to determine whether this voice is ultimately coming from my soul and my spirit, or it's coming from some other spirit. Because if it's a voice, if there's a voice in my head and it's not something that's really me, it feels like it's very foreign and different, or it displays some kind of philosophy or emotion that either I don't agree with or is alien to me, I then make the assumption, oh, this is probably some kind of other entity. So I think that there's an importance in knowing the self and knowing who you are as a person. And sometimes I think that when some of these new age people are telling people to sort of abandon the self, abandon the ego, I wonder if by abandoning one's ego, that also can make one more vulnerable to, entities. Because if you think about what the self does, is it's a kind of a middleman between sort of the soul and the Godhead. And I think the problem is that when you don't individuate your own self and your own being from the divine, every single thought that comes into your head is the divine. I think that's why some people, they go into spiritual psychosis and they go crazy, because there's no guiding mechanism to help them distinguish between, okay, these are my thoughts, these are my feelings, and this is the spirit, this is God talking to me. And I think that some people who are not experienced in the occult, or not experienced in religion or mysticism, have a more difficult time making that distinction, because they're so used to believing that they're so used to identifying with every single thought that comes into their head. Whereas if you learn to sort of more identify with what your voice sounds like, what your tone is, and who you are, then you have more of a gauge and a compass to really distinguish between whether it's your inner monologue or it's a spirit talking. But it takes practice and work, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. That's interesting. And it gets more interesting than that as well. I mean, I think when you're dealing with, I'm going to draw the distinction between outer spirits and inner spirits. And when I'm talking about that chain of life, I'm talking about those spirits that are universally part of the outer spirits and the inner spirits. That's how magic is able to move between one person and another, because we share these beings, and how we can affect each other and be affected, and healing and all different sorts of magic to do with this chain of being that links us all. And so when we're looking at our ancestors, our ancestral lineage, those voices that move through us sounds like different versions of our own voice, which is but different versions. And we start noticing there's lots of versions of our own voice. But when we're hearing a external being, which is a independent, different astral and etheric structure to us, there tends to be that sense of I don't want to say strangeness, but it sounds like listening to somebody else's voice in a sense. Like it's a very abstract concept, really. Though, like, I think a lot of what we're experiencing has got to do with our inner guides, and we don't realize how much of what we think is us is part of a greater structure of smaller aspects and greater aspects moving through us. And very often, other beings can sound like us or look like us and mimic us, right? In fact, there's technologies. This is quite a head trip. There's technologies that certain kinds of ETs can use that involves mercury. Isn't that interesting? It involves using mercury, but somehow they suspend the mercury in space. And this acts as a modulator for the frequency of consciousness that they project towards you, that can make them seem and look like what they want you to look like, or sound like what they want you to sound like, right? It's quite a concept. So you could be having an experience with, I don't know, this ascended master, but actually it's them projecting a stream of consciousness towards you that mimics that idea and frequency that your consciousness is relating it to it, so that you can fall into the spell of believing that that's that being. And I'm pretty sure that they can do the same thing to make it seem like ourselves or part of our guiding spirits, which is what I think makes it so difficult when people are connecting with their guides, that distinguishing function. And what, like we were talking about earlier, the key with that has got to do with quiet in the mind. No, Cosmic? You can't hear unless your mind is quiet.
Yeah, exactly. It's also one of the reasons why I don't really do channeling sessions like in speaking form, is because when I hear other people talk, it basically, I can't hear the spirits when I hear people physically talking to me, because it's like your voice will override the spirit in my head. So what I usually do is that's why I do it through Telegram text. I sort of I just type what the spirits are telling me, because that way I can see what the other person is asking question wise, while the silence in my mind essentially is retained.
Yeah. And tuition, you're talking about these daemons. I think these daemons are our guides. This is not an external being, but there is also communication with external beings. In other words, that being has a body somewhere else. And that somewhere else may be this kind of somewhere, or it might be some other kind of somewhere, where those daemon beings don't have a body somewhere else. I think that's a good differentiating idea between the guides and the non-guides. But sometimes the non-guides will come and personify and try and be a guide. But the true guides are part of our own DNA. They're part of us. They're like an expression of our being through a different space of time. And within this, there's animal forms. Yeah, animal forms. You look at your own face for long enough, you'll see animals. Go and look in a mirror, right? Stare into a mirror for long enough, you'll see like animals in your face. You'll be, holy crap, I'm all these animals. But these animals are parts of our beings. And so they can guide us in very organic ways because they're not talking to us in words. If that makes sense, Cosmic? They're showing us through actions.
Exactly.
And so there's a very powerful root connection with this aspect. But they're not out there beings, where I think the Fae are out there beings, which are, they can like teach us about what they're experiencing. It's sort of like we're in a building and they're on the ground floor and they're outside the building. And they can tell us like, well, you're in the building. That's what the building looks like from the inside. But from the outside, this is what the building looks like. Is that a good analogy?
Actually, that is a pretty good analogy. Pretty spot on. What was I didn't have anything else to say.
It reminds me kind of.
Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to say about animal guides. So one of the things that the Fae have kind of given me a different perspective is they have a different sort of model of reincarnation, right? So instead of it being going around some big circle, their model is that essentially that you've kind of experienced all your reincarnations at once. And this is kind of like the center of all of them. So what I've been thinking about, what the human being essentially is sort of like it's sort of like it's all the animal kingdom combined into one organism. Because if you think about like every animal in the animal kingdom there's some human being on the planet that looks like that particular animal. And I think that when it comes to animals, it's like they're sort of archetypical symbols of personality. They're very like basic kind of like personality archetypes, like your wolves and rabbits and, you know, birds and stuff like that. And people kind of, I think when it comes to the animals we like, or the animals that we like the most, I find that people tend to like the animals that most reflect their own personality, that they most identify with, that they most relate to. Like, for example, like I'm somewhat of an introverted person. And for that reason, I tend to relate to cats more than I relate to dogs, because dogs I find tend to be more extroverted. They kind of want your attention. Whereas I'm kind of like, you know, I just want to sort of like, you know, have some quiet time to myself. And I look at the cat, it's like, you know what? We relate to each other, you know? And so there's a bond that forms, because it's in a way, it's like there's a part of your behavior that is also exhibited in certain species of animal that you can kind of relate to. It's like there's certain symbols of your own personality. I think everybody kind of has different like spirit animals. And the way I see it, it's like, you know, the previous incarnations you've had as animals, from the phase perspective, it's like you kind of have to you have to become the spirit animals, take on incarnations as spirit animals in order to sort of properly develop the individual self. So, for example, like the Fae tell me that like two of my spirit animals are the cat and the rabbit. Both of these two things representing different aspects of my personality. So when I see like a rabbit out in the wild, or I see a cat, it's almost like I see an extension of myself. Whereas if someone is really resonates with like ducks, for example, they may see that the duck is sort of an extension of their soul, a reflection of that. So in a way, it's kind of like we're sort of like all the animal kingdom sort of stewed up into one organism, and every one of us kind of exhibits different parts of the animal kingdom through our personalities and appearance.
Yeah, brother, that's so beautifully put, that we are existing in multiple dimensions of time and space now. And that all of those multiple dimensions of space and time are our ancestors, and that our human lineage of ancestors also branches out into, like you say, all of the animals. And I want to point out that this goes right down to the germ, to the microbe. In fact, this is why our bodies become a haven for microbes to live in. And when we become good or evil, how's this? We bring different microbes into our body. And by good or evil, I mean when we are behaving in alignment with life, or when we are behaving in alignment with non-life, we bring different microbes into our systems. Those microbes change what we want to eat. They change how we behave. They change our moods. Just microbes have such a huge impact on our consciousness, emotionally, mentally, what we think, the way our brains work. Enzyme driven, hormone driven, microbe driven, powerful things to consider. And that's just on the microscopic level. And then as we expand outwards from that, we're also existing independently right now with all of our ancestors, with my father, his father's fathers, mothers, fathers. There's this line of people behind us that can like step up and like tap us on the shoulder and point out like, hey, oh, right. Literally give us impressions and show us times from the past, show us times of the future, or sometimes even directly just point to us with symbols in their hands or even with words to show us things. And going into the deeper layers is like the animals. It's like just going primordial roots of our beings. All of our ancestors are rooted in these animal forms. So these animal forms, I think, like, this is why we want to build a relationship with nature, right? Why we want to build relationship with animals. It's why we want to surround us. Why I've got rabbits and dogs and birds, right? Why I love having snakes on my property. I've got a very close connection with snakes. I've always loved snakes. Ever since I was a little boy. I couldn't have enough snakes around. I love snakes. I'm never afraid of snakes. I always feel safe around snakes because snakes are predictable. And they've got ethics. This is the thing about snakes. The whole biblical story goes like on its head, right? A snake is a very reliable creature. They will do what they will do based upon us. So you actually control snakes much more than what you realize. There is never, ever a reason to be afraid of a snake because we are a symbiotic life form. Snakes love us. They will come and, if they trust you, they will come and sit on your lap. They will come and curl their bodies around your body, because they will need the warmth that our body generates. Think about it for a moment. Like, what's in it for a snake to harm a human being? We warm the planet just by being here. They need that warmth. The more of us that are here, the healthier they will be by the nature of the warmth that we are emanating. It's an interesting concept. There's a symbiosis there. And that's just like one small element of the natural kingdom. The rabbits, you like rabbits, Cosmic? I always saw that in you as well, by the way. Rabbits are like very powerful animals. They're very brave. But they're also very sensitive. There's a deep sensitivity within the rabbit, but a profound bravery as well. If you've ever had rabbits, you know what I'm talking about. These guys, they're very chilled. They'll just do their own thing. They're happy. They don't need too much. But, when it comes to being brave, how many of you have seen that Watership Down? What is it called?
Watership Down. I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen it.
Watch it. Watch it. It's a story about a lot of rabbits. It's such a beautifully written story. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's quite intense, eh? Like this the head trip into but if you know rabbits and you've been around rabbits, you'll know exactly what's going on there. Like that is you think, oh, it's just fat. No, I've got rabbits. I've got a Pekingese dog here. I've got a rabbit that big, this size, right? Pekingese dog is like this big. And if that Pekingese dog gets too close to the rabbit, he will chase her to keep her away from his mate. No, he will chase him, the Pekingese, to keep him away from his little mate, who's that big. They're tiny little black rabbits. And I had a little white rabbit that was like small. And when his mate was pregnant, he would attack me, like run up to me and attack me. I'm massive. He's a tiny little white rabbit. He would run up to me and attack me, try and knock me off my feet with his head and go rolling off. Then when he realized he couldn't knock me, he'd run out and slice at me with his teeth, run past you and like use his teeth like a razor. Quite dangerous. I had to resurrect or rescue one of my black rabbits from the other crew of the 8 rabbits outside and bring him inside because the males were chewing his face off. Chewed off a piece of his lip, gone. Like when they fight, and they don't mess around. I had to carefully nurse him back. He's here, he's lovely, he's healthy. Couldn't keep him here on his own. I had to get his little sister so that they are together. They're like friends. So I've got 2 black rabbits that are here in my living room because I can't keep them with the other rabbits because they just won't tolerate him around. I wonder if it's because he's black and at night he's unseen. He's like a little ninja. They probably feel threatened by his ninja status because he's a black rabbit. But anyway, rabbits they're another story. Yeah. They're a brave little bunch. You don't see that, but watch Watership Down and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It reflects real life. If you've ever had a lot of rabbits and you know rabbits, you'll understand what I'm talking about. They might run away from you, but it's not because they're scared necessarily. It's because they're just avoiding you. But mess with the rabbit. My little boy has found that out. Mess with the rabbit, and they can be quite aggressive, especially the males. German Shepherds. Love German Shepherds. Very intelligent dogs. I had a beautiful German Shepherd called Shakti in the mountains. The most intelligent dog that I've ever had in my life, that I've ever come in contact with, has got to be an Malamute. Wow. Once you connect with a Malamute, there is no... you can literally see the wolf in them. And you don't know how intelligent a wolf is until you go face to face with a Malamute and you realize, like, big dog. When a Malamute is learning to fight, when they're puppies, do you know what they do? They circle around the other dog and they nip at their Achilles tendons playfully. That's how a Malamute fights. They'll circle around the dog and get them from that place and rip out the back of there so that the dog can't move. That's how they take down a bear. One-on-one. Grizzly bear. Polar bear. Put them down in the dirt. Finish them. Exterminate. Malamute. Wolf. A wolf can take down a bear. One-on-one. It can. They won't, because the bear just needs to get in one swipe. But they can, because of their intelligence. So, Burabul, Turjaka, Burabuls, Burabul Husky Cross. That's going to be a big boy, eh? It'll be quite a powerful little doggy. Yeah, I love Burabul. They're so playful. Burabul are very playful. They've got the best qualities of Pitbull and much bigger. If you don't know Burabul, it's like an oversized pit bull, but they're more playful. Tibetan Mastiffs, yeah. So anyway, what do you guys want to throw on the table before we tap out, Cosmic and Indie?
I think I've gone over pretty much everything I wanted to go over today.
I think, I don't know how much we got to get to entities and extraterrestrials today, but I just wanted to explore some ideas about the extraterrestrials. I know there's a guy that wrote a book about the intraterrestrials, which I'm on board with the intraterrestrials, where they may live here with us on Earth, inside the Earth. And not to say that they didn't come from elsewhere long ago. They've been here for a long time. I think that's more likely that they came from here and may have gone out to colonize the stars and returned than the idea that humanoids have come here from elsewhere. But I don't outrule the idea of it. So it's fascinating to see how it'll unfold, if there's anything like really meaningful that'll come of this so-called exposure that they're doing now, what they're calling what are they calling it, Franklin, when they're going to unveil the UFO stuff to us?
Operation Bluebeam?
No, it's just the they keep talking about how they're going to finally spill the beans about
Like a release
Sorry.
conference.
Disclosure.
the disclosure. Yeah. The disclosure coming up. Hopefully more things will be revealed, but I think a lot of us are familiar with the various races, and I think those can be closely connected to the Fae, and also they can be connected to angels and demons, and they can be connected to the various races like the Nephilim and others as well, who may be still residing somewhere. So, and the gods. So, is it all the same? Is there various races of them? Are they still here? Are they from elsewhere? Are they from here? I think a lot of the stories really show that everything came from the sea, but some of the stories do say that some of the sea itself came from the sky, from the crushing of Tiamat, that's now the asteroid belt, and its upper waters came hurtling into Earth, and we have its moon, and the moon does have the same composition as the asteroids, which is unlike Earth's composition. It has helium-3. Some people think that's because of the asteroids that have hit the moon, as it kind of blocks us from a lot of things, which may be the case. But I'm of the opinion that the moon did come from another planet, which was crushed. And the myths do back that up in the stories. So it's a fascinating thing. The stories of Mesopotamians.
I want to talk about these mantid aliens.
Yeah.
Extraterrestrial, whatever we want to call them. When I think extraterrestrial, I just think not from our terrestrial. And our terrestrial is where we walk. But that could be from inner Earth. That could be from a dimensional portal, like nature of reality being. They could be right here, but on a different frequency of being. And need to shift their frequency to be here with us. And so, yeah, exactly. The star, But these mantids. Sorry, yeah, continue, brother.
The stories of Telos, like Lowell Johnson, who was the witness that went there and supposedly was taken in, and his story has been like renowned worldwide. They've written books about it and stuff. I interviewed him with some friends, and he told us that the people of Telos, which is under Mount Shasta, are able to be in a higher dimension where they're not visible to us, but they're amongst us. And they say that there's other various like cryptids and different creatures that can also do that as well. They can kind of just vanish if they don't want us to see them. But they say that if we're seeing them, it's because they want us to see them. It's just kind of mind-blowing to me. I don't know if I'm really on board with it, but that's the story with it, which kind of lines up with what you were saying. And also, if you've seen like The Fifth Kind, there's things where you might be able to see them, but they'll give you like amnesia and implant like a false memory. So, but I feel like I've seen a dragon before, and it was able to control my attention in my ability to recognize things, and it made me not be able to see it, but I knew it was there. And then it showed itself to me, but it was like astounded, you know. But then I always wondered if it was just like a hallucination or something, but I feel like there's dragons.
I can't get it.
I was just walking down the road sober at the time, yeah. At nighttime.
Right here.
It was like under a bridge.
What's your username?
I think I just went down there to pee. I felt a presence there. And it unmasked its camouflage. Like, it was like, can be right there, but it can kind of alter your attention and make you look away. I don't know.
You know, with my experience with the Fae, sometimes it's like I don't physically see them, but sometimes I can feel like their eyes slowly, like, you know, peering from like the side of my vision, like staring at me intensely, and you can just sort of like feel that presence. But it seems like they do exist on a different dimensional frequency. It's like I can, you know, you can see them, but other people can't necessarily see them. I think that a lot of ways, the way I look at the way entities work is I think that the dream realm in some sense overlaps our physical realm, right? So if you think about, like, there's physical reality, and then there's sort of like an astral direct copy of physical reality, almost like a mirror world, for example. And that mirror kind of world, that through the looking glass sort of liminal zone between the physical realm and the astral plane, I think this is where most people encounter entities, is they almost like they enter a different channel, but a different frequency accidentally or intentionally, but they don't necessarily realize it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. I think there are extra dimensional beings, which are extraterrestrial in terms of not from our normal terrestrial walking around here. Be that inside the earth, be that wherever. The mantids, somebody mentioned mantids. Who was it? Let me go back and take a look. Let me check it out. Those mantid beings. Man-Ted. What kind of... We're talking about Bill and Ted's bogus journey. Yeah, the man-Ted. So the mantid beings, you know, you got to think out of the box. Outside of the goalkeeper's box. I think, like, my experience of these, and by the way, to me, they look like ants. Like giant, but not quite like ants. Like more refined tools and technology. And they pretend to be outside of our dimension. So they use technology that makes them seem like they're outside our dimensional field, phase vibration, but I think they're in our phase direction. Like, so the difference between the etheric and the astral, you were talking about cosmic. When one is in etheric state, one can travel around this world. So let's say you're standing outside my window, staring in at me, and I jump outside my etheric body. I can be right next to you and see you looking at me, and then quickly jump back into my body and get up and walk over and see you standing exactly where I saw you outside the window. And so the etheric is like here. It's like where we are. We're here. And the difference is that, like, there's a wall there. There's not a wall there. I can see right through it. And I don't have to move through it because I just be where I want to be. I'm like an arrow. Pick your target, that's where I am. As quickly as that arrow is, it's here, I'm there. So I can jump hundreds of yards in a single thought. Yeah, like in the etheric body, where the astral body is completely abstracted from this physical reality. It's a purely emotional substance realm where the like up and down and size and distance, and that's all one mangled footprint of consciousness, where there's other kinds of beings that don't necessarily have like shape in the way that we consider shape. So when you're talking about this green light that you're experiencing, I think it's out there in the astral, or what we could call the astral. When you talk about cosmic, you know, your fae friends. Though the etheric field, I've had experience with the etheric. Now I've had experience with the lizards. Well, I mean, I've had experience with a lot of different beings, and you can scry them. You know, you just pick up a crystal and just sort of look inside the crystal, and you can find one. If you look and you allow yourself to look for long enough, and then when you see one, you can see where it is, and then once you get a ping on it, then you can keep track. You can track it, like a little, put a little tracker on it. Track its vibrational frequency once you've pinged it. But once you ping it, it's pinging you. So you use a two-way window that's open once you open that window. And so make sure that you know, this is what you want, and that you're in control of your energy space, what you're doing with your thoughts and your consciousness. And so anyway, I've had experience with lizards that aren't in this phase of reality. And they wear these suits that brings them into phase with this reality so they can interact with us. And the suits look like armor, and it's got like all these stuff, emblems all over it in different shapes, and it's like a suit. And depending on how high they are ranked, depends on how good the suit they have, right? Imagine it like you're a pilot in the Air Force. Depends how good a pilot you are as to what kind of ship you get to fly. Imagine that, what kind of craft. If you're like the top test pilot, you're flying one of the rare stealth bombers. If you're not, you're flying like this. If you're not, if you're really good, you're flying the latest technology of fighter jets. If not, you're flying the next generation. If not, you're flying, if you're like a slightly lower down pilot, you'll fly that, you know? So it's like that. And depends on the suits also interface with their consciousness, that they're able to affect us and influence us through these suits. Those are the lizards. They're not in the physical field as us. But I believe that they can open portals and step into our physical reality with substantial bodies, by the way. And the jinn too. And the jinn aren't in this phase with us. We just experience them as shadows here, but they're actually somewhere else. But then those mantids that you're talking about, those mantids, what people call mantids, and I'm assuming that they're talking about those beings that I think of them like they're ants. Like I suppose if you look at an ant under a microphone scroll, it looks a lot like a mantis, right? But they got these like spiky antenna things, and they're very scary looking, right? Actually, to be honest, they're a little bit scary looking. But those beings have physical bodies, and you can see those beings with if you go into your etheric body and you travel, you can find them, locate them, and see them in physical space. And you can find like people that they're interacting with, and find those people in physical space, and then see those beings in physical space interacting with those people in physical space. But those beings are using, I told you about the mercury thing that they can use. It's like a mercury liquid metal technology. I don't even know how to explain it, but they're able to use this, and it's like it changes their frequency of their brainwave. So then when they're directed at you, you think you're like communicating with like an enlightened master, or your deceased relative, right? Or ascended master, or angel, or Emmanuel, or Buddha, or, you know, Enragi, whatever. They can mask their vibrations through this technology that uses mercury. And all of this, I don't know if this is written down. This is just my experiences because I've been doing this a long time. And those beings, when I first came in contact with them, I didn't know who they were, but I knew they had physical bodies. So I went and searched in grimoires, search for a long time. When I finally found one picture of one, I was like, wow, that's it. That whoever drew this, and it was in one of the ancient grimoires. I can't remember. I might have even found it in one of Agrippa's grimoires. I can't remember. But it's the same beings that the Native Americans are talking about, the ant people that came out of the earth. And that grimoire spoke about these beings that also relate to ants, which is like how I saw them, which I think is what people are calling mantid. And I believe they came out of our earth. And I believe they somehow here in our earth and that they've got physical bodies. That's just something I thought I'd add. Somebody mentioned the mantids. So that was our tuition. Yeah. So anyway,
I have my own theory regarding the mantid. So I wanted to kind of throw this out to you guys and the rest of the chat. So instead of thinking of these mantids as aliens, I think about how humans, we sort of have like human gods that represent kind of they're sort of like, well, kind of like egregores in the sense that they represent kind of like a collective culture of humanity. For example, like maybe Zeus sort of represents the collective mind of the Greek people. So I was thinking, what if these mantid creatures are like the collective mind of insect colonies, right? Like in the astral plane, because these insects don't really have any sort of as much of a sense of individual self because they're more collectivist. They live in hive. That intelligence then represents itself as a humanoid insect-like being in the astral plane. So it's kind of like a similar as above, so below way. So it's like the collective intelligence of intellects in the physical plane manifests itself as sort of like godlike insect creatures in the astral plane. And the same thing with like the reptilian beings. I don't know if anybody's ever like talked about it like that before, but I thought I'd throw that out onto the table.
It kind of reminds me of like the waiting room in Beetlejuice, where like all different kinds like come to meet like after death in the afterlife. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just thinking about Beetlejuice recently.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Like I like that Beetlejuice, and I think what you're saying, the beings like that do exist, cosmic, and I think that possibly those beings that we're talking about, those deity beings, are an egregoric expression of a race. In the same way that there's an egregoric expression of the human as a deity being. Consider this for a moment. In the same way that, like, because they have hive mind kind of a concept, more amped up than humans. My experience with that of the ant beings is they operate in threes, always in threes, and there's always a matriarch driving the show, and two males. I think that's like how they mate. I don't know if that's how maybe there's three and two males, and then the female eats the male. I don't know. That's just me guessing, like random. That's not my actual experience. Just to be clear, it's just something that's like a hypothesis, which is like very loosely, brainstorming an idea. But I think that what you're saying is true. There must be these kind of archetypal beings, which are egregoric consciousness expressions of a greater population of beings. In the same way, like when I lived in the jungles, I used to really get to know the egregoric beings of an ant colony, and I used to interact with it and start communicating with it. And it's like a scary consciousness. Like those ants in those jungles can end my life, just so you know. Like, And once they start coming, they ain't gonna stop. You got to go into the water, and even the water can't necessarily protect you. They'll self-sacrifice to get you. So, and they're poisonous. Those ants are poisonous. They can bite you and they're poisonous. What do you think about this for a moment? There's some ants out there that you just don't ever want to mess with.
Regular ants.
I'm talking about ants that are poisonous.
Yeah.
They bite you and you start feeling like one bite, no, it's just sore. But if you get bitten by a whole lot of them, you start feeling drowsy and dizzy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you got to run. You got to focus all of your mind towards staying awake so you can get far enough from the colony to recharge your mind and your energy and detoxify your system. Yeah, right. I've been attacked and they've come after me. Colonies.
I also wanted to add to what I was saying before, talking about how these reptilians and these mantid beings always portray themselves as being outside the world or sort of out there. Well, I think maybe what's going on here is that as human gods have taken precedence over kind of like the world and the earth sort of mind sphere, these older collective intelligence of reptilians and insects have been kind of pushed to the periphery, pushed to the side. They're not the epicenter of the earth anymore. Now they're kind of on the edge of the astral plane, so to speak. So that's why I think would explain why the reptilians and the mantids portray themselves as being outside of our world, because in a sense they kind of technically are, in the sense that our human realm is kind of like the nexus of our existence, and the kind of the animal realms kind of exist sort of on the outer edges of that human circle. So in a way, it's like they are kind of outside of our human collective mind sphere. So from that perspective, I could see it makes perfect sense why they would say and portray themselves as being sort of outside of our world for that reason.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And come to think of it, I can't really think of a time when anybody said that they were ever hurt by a mantid. They're always really just appalled and shocked and really scared and intimidated by the mantids, But have you guys heard of one ever being hurt? Anyone being hurt by them before?
I've never ever heard of. Well, I don't know. I mean, they don't hurt you. They are psionic. Their powers are psionic. So they're not out to harm you. The ones that want to scare you are the lizards, the lizard beings. Mm. They will utilize fear of and they will use sexual rituals with people. And many women report this. And I've had clients and I've known a lot of people that have suffered in this way. And people close to me that have been sexualized by these beings. But these well, I don't know if we're talking about the same. I'm talking about ant beings. Whether that's what people are talking about as mantids or if they're separate, I don't know.
I think they're talking specifically about praying mantis entities. I think that's what they mean by mantids. But I think insects or ants could probably fit into a similar umbrella category, I imagine.
Yeah, maybe, possibly. But there's something about these beings, like I told you, I was chased by actual physical ants, and it was because I accidentally, I must have off their queen. Oh, they make these pods in trees. They spin webs. Okay, so they've got webs. They spin webs. These ants. They walk with their bodies up. And they're their other feet down, and they curl themselves up, and they've got like a stinger. They're poisonous, and they look like almost scorpion ants. They're big.
Damn,
and they live in these pods. They take leaves and spin webs of leaves in pods. And I used to live in the jungles. I was barefoot, and I was walking through long patch of foliage. And I started stepping on them, and they were coming up my legs, and they were stinging me. And then I noticed I had walked on their pods because their pods had been blown out of the trees because they're in the trees above you. And obviously, some of the pods had fallen on the floor, and I'd stepped on the pods. Right? And I'd walked into a field with these pods, and they were coming up my legs and stinging me. And it was fast. I started feeling drowsy, like I was on some kind of a substance. And they started chasing me. And there was a consciousness of one being that was like, let's get this one. I must have injured their queen, or because they won't just attack you. It's the same like any animal, right? If you go and start hurting an animal, then the other animals will they don't just attack. You've got to do something. So I'd actually stepped on their pods and destroyed their home, and possibly maybe accidentally stepped on a queen or something to get their wrath. But that consciousness was a egregoric consciousness that I actually got to know. And after that, I was like, I'm going to study these beings. These little ants independently, they don't have much, but that whole big thing, it's like I can communicate with it, right? And I learned a lot of respect for these beings, right? Like communicating with these consciousness beings, because you can telepathically communicate with all the beings in the wilderness, elephants, leopards, snakes, everything, and you can call them to you and they'll come to you, and you can form a bond and communicate with them, but without words. But these other beings that I'm talking about, they were in a craft, and they were actually doing something to my ex-wife. They weren't hurting her, they were teaching her occult knowledge. But they were doing it in the guise of an angel, if that makes sense. But in order for them to teach her, they had to get her to go away from me, because they couldn't come to the space where I was sleeping, because they were scared of me. And so they had to take her out into the field. And I woke up at 3 a.m, and she wasn't there. But I was woken up by my bells that were ringing. I had all these bells set up on the astral plane in case any beings or entities came, so that I could know they were there. It wouldn't wake me up, but it would bring me into my etheric and astral bodies. And I was instantly pulled into my etheric body with these bells ringing. Let's just call it space markers that I would set up, in the sacred bounds. If you make your space sacred, you put up your space markers. And you put up a totem or whatever, but energetic ones. And I could see her in the distance, a few hundred yards away, through the walls, because I wasn't in my physical body, but I could see her physically standing there. And I could see my body on the bed, and I could see her. She wasn't there. I could see her out there. And I immediately felt this alarm. And so I went right to her, I jumped to her. She was in the ashram where I was, but a few hundred yards away. They had directed her to get some distance from me. And then I could see this thing coming out of her head like a beam of light, which I was able to travel up. And then I confronted the angel that was teaching her. And I was like, this isn't a real angel. So I confronted the angel, and I turned my mind into a single point of light. And I went into this creature to see this angel, okay, you're an angel. Reveal your truth. Let's see who you are. And it shattered. It shattered into fragments, spun out. And then I could see what was really happening. And I could feel my ex-wife reacting, because she could also see all of this. She was standing in her physical body, but she had vision, because she'd also been training, right? I mean, she was formidable. She would spend a good 5-6 hours every day in meditation, to put that into perspective, for 10 years. And then drumming, and then practicing energy with her chakras, and then doing other kinds of rituals and doing yoga. And so she would spend 8 hours a day training, right? She was formidable. And so she could see these beings and communicate with them. And I tried to dissuade her from it. But that was when I first met these beings. And they were trying to fool her into believing that they were an extra dimensional being, but they weren't. They had physical bodies, because I was looking through their physical craft, and I could see my ex-wife below looking at me and seeing them. And I could feel her gasping, because we were connected. I traveled through her consciousness up a beam of light to confront this thing. So she saw me come and travel through her beam of light, and she saw me confront her angel. She saw me shatter her angel. And then she saw that the angel was an illusion, and that there were these 3 insect beings in a craft manipulating a kind of a thing in front of their face, which was made out of liquid mercury. and that they could project their consciousness through that to make her believe that they were an angel. And this was the last time she meditated. It ended my marriage, this act, just to put this into perspective for you, right? So the night before this happened, she had meditated with me. She used to meditate with me every evening and every morning. And she had been doing that for 10 years, right? This happened at like 3 something in the morning. That morning, she didn't meditate with me and she never meditated again. All she wanted to do was close her psychic faculties and forget all the stuff that she had ever learned. She wanted to take the blue pill. She just wanted to forget everything after 10 years of training. So we're talking about somebody that spends probably about 12 to 13,000 hours in meditation, and then another few thousand hours practicing with chakra work and thousands of hours practicing drumming to go into trance, and then thousands of hours practicing yoga. Probably a combination of like 25,000 hours of training. Someone who lived in the jungles barefoot, someone who, you know, was initiated into high things, lived with me in many ashrams, met a lot of very powerful shaman and sadhus, other people that some of them abused their psychic powers, some of them didn't. And she was so scared by this experience that she just wanted to shut down and forget everything immediately. And it shattered her consciousness because this was too much for her to bear. That these beings existed, and that when you think you're connecting with angels and spirit guides and high beings, that you're actually connecting with these beings that have this incredible technology that can mess with our brains so much. It was too much for her to embrace. And I grabbed these 3 beings in a thrall. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just, you know, when you like feel like you need to protect someone and you don't think about what you're doing, like you just step up to the plank and it's like, it's on. You know, like there's no question of, it's just like you messed with her, it's on. You know, I just grabbed all 3 of them and I had them in a thrall, and they couldn't move and they were completely subject to me. And then I took the matriarch and I made my mind like a beam, and I started to go into her consciousness. And she was like fighting me and trying to resist me. And I became like a laser drill. And I was just drilling into her so that I could see why she was doing what she was doing, what this was all about. And at that moment, my ex-wife, she was talking to me telepathically. She was saying to me, is this right, what you're doing? What about free will? What about everything like you've taught me? What about, is this right, what you're doing? Like, is this dark? Like, you know? And that made me get shocked. And then they manipulated their equipment, and their crafts used teleportation, right? The craft blinked, and it no longer existed, and there wasn't a trail where it had gone. It had gone into subspace somewhere else, and I couldn't see it from that etheric body. And then she was there staring up at me with horror on her face, and I jumped back into my body to hear her screaming her head off in the ashram a few hundred yards away. And I ran naked through the ashram, thorns and bleeding feet and everything, to get to her. And she was shaking. And she was like in a state of extreme shock. She kept saying, what were those beings? Who were they? What were they? And thank you, you saved me, thank you. And she was in a nervous wreck. Someone who had presence of mind. And, you know, she walked with me through a buffalo stampede because I said to her she could, right? I said, have faith, close your mind, close your eyes, close yours, just move forward and just concentrate on not thinking and allow your Zen to carry you forward. And so, you know, we're talking about like someone who's formidable, right? She walked through a buffalo stampede with me, came out the other side. Stampede of buffalo. I don't even imagine what that is. Just think about it. We're talking life and death here. And so anyway, she was so broken by this experience that she was in a state of shock, and she kept talking to me about this for weeks. She couldn't stop. And I said to her, it's time to stop thinking about it and talking about it, you know? She kept trying to understand who these beings and what are these insect beings? What do they want with me? What were they doing? And I'd been warning her not to get these other beings as teachers. I said, you don't need them. All the knowledge you ever need is inside of you. All you got to do is go inside yourself and remember, it's all there. You don't need that being to teach you or that being to teach you. You don't need anybody. You contain the whole universe within yourself. Your guides are part of you. They're not outside beings. You don't need no angel to save you. And anyway, it shattered her reality to the point where she became a different person, and she just wanted to escape from reality after that. It broke her, sadly. So these beings are real, and they're so real that you might be seeing them and I'll be seeing them and you'll be seeing me, and then you'll be seeing my etheric body next to them and me interacting with them while you're in your physical body, seeing with your etheric sight what's going on. And so there's nothing, bless you, brother. There's nothing abstract about this experience. It has nothing to do with ideas. It's nothing to do with imagination. It's a physical reality that two people experienced, the same reality, the same situation. And one of the people was broken as a result of this situation. Just to give you an insight into how powerful the psionics is. Now, these people weren't trying to harm her. They had no intention of harming her. They wanted to mislead her. Their currency is information. Their currency is false teachings. They wanted to take her with false teachings to become a different person. And when she realized that, she just wanted to reject everything, because everything she'd ever learned didn't make sense to her anymore, right? And she became scared, extremely scared of the other side. So, that's like
this story that you're talking about your ex-wife interacting with these mantis beings, it kind of has like a lot of parallels to kind of real life cult leaders who they present themselves as being very angelic and benevolent and perfect and having all the secrets in the universe, but deep down inside are these horrible, ugly, manipulative, beings. I think honestly, what you described is one of the reasons why I work with, I trust the Fae more than angels. And the reason I trust the Fae more than the angels is that the Fae, they don't try to pretend to be perfect. They're fairies, they're mischievous. It's like you already know, you already go into it thinking that they're mischievous. So you're a little bit more on guard. Like, okay, I don't know if you're saying something worthy here, or you're just like having a joke with me. But like, I'm on to you. You can kind of keep an eye on them. Whereas with angels, and you think of these beings, these perfect, angelic beings, you just let your guard down. You just assume everything they say is true because they're these beautiful, loving light beings, and they're perfect and they're flawless. And then they turn your back on you and they manipulate you. And that's why I think it's good to work with spirits that don't have an ego, if that makes sense. Like when I talk to my main, the spirit I talk to, Slazithia, she's my main teacher in magic. She'll often tell me, like, Cosmic, this is what we know, this is what we figured out, but I don't know everything. I don't know all the secrets of the universe. I know some things, I can tell you some stuff, but there is still so much stuff that we haven't uncovered yet. And that makes me kind of suspicious with some of these entities that claim they have all the secrets and all the knowledge, and that they know the perfect way to live life. I don't think, I'm very skeptical of the concept of perfection, because oftentimes when we try to become perfect, we kind of remove the perfection that already exists within us to a certain extent. Like we try to conform to some ideal of who we think we should be, what we think we should be, rather than just be what we already are, And so that's kind of like why I don't really work with angels or demons, because I think their presence is too hyperbolic. I always look at the Fae as kind of a more a neutral voice in the spirit realm, so to speak. They're not really biased towards one side or the other. They're a little more of a in-between twilight gray realm kind of dynamic. because I think so many people, like when people talk about, oh, you know, don't trust the Fae cosmic, they're mischievous and they're terrible. Like, how many people have been deceived by spirits that are so-called angels that claim to be perfect and have all the answers and claim to be the most benevolent, kind beings in the universe? There's something just so fake about it. You know, Ram Dass had a good quote in regards to this. He says, just because it doesn't have a body doesn't mean it's telling the truth. And I think that's a good word to live by.
Yeah, I think there's a lot in that, Cosmic. Like the moment we deify any being, the moment we deify any being, I think we are looking for trouble. Like, I only had one physical run-in with gray beings, but they were tall, and I can barely remember them. But I had missing time afterwards, and I had internal injuries because I attacked them physically. It was martial arts. And because I was able to break out of there, they put your mind in a kind of a mind hold. Like, imagine like a martial arts hold, but for your mind. But if you like can focus your mind, your will, you can break out of that mind hold and you can physically attack them. And I did. And they hit me with some kind of a thing. That wasn't a physical thing, like a kind of a, maybe like a kind of a, like a gun or something that shocks you inside your organs, that bruises your organs inside your body, if that makes sense. And the interesting thing was I wasn't alone when this happened. And they took time from me. I can't remember how many hours exactly. I would say at least about 2 to 3 hours of my time they took from me. And when they beamed me down on the ground, my consciousness refused to forget. And I was sprinting. And I opened my eyes and I was already sprinting for my life. And I was all alone, and I was like with people. And then I was all alone. I was sprinting in the opposite direction. I was alone in the woods. And I stopped. I think it's like 4 hours. Maybe about something like close to 3.5, 4 hours. My ex-wife was taken from in front of my eyes on top of a building. 4 hours. Gone. Like, I was standing here. She was standing there. I was in the stairwell. There's only one way down. We're on the 3rd floor. Right? The roof of hotel. What's it called? It's the coolest place in Lakshmanjula in Rishikesh. Hotel Bombay. Bombay Guest House. Bombay Guest House. It was friends with the guy who ran the place. And if you go to Rishikesh, go to Lakshmanjula, go to Bombay Guest House and tell them you know me, describe me. The guy who lived in the other side of the Himalayas with his dog, Tantraman. Just the guy who's there, his name is Manush. I'm pretty sure he'll probably still be there. Anyway, we were on this roof, and you come up through a narrow stairwell, and the stairwell backs in on itself. There's only one way up. And I was standing in the stairwell, and it was a storm, and she ran out. And she was behaving really weirdly. This was sometime after this event had happened. And I knew that they were messing with her, but I didn't know who. There was some intelligence messing with her, but I couldn't help her. And to all intents, from the outside, it looked like she was losing the plot. Like, it looked like she was losing the plot. And she ran out in front of me, and I was following her up the stairs to see where she's going, up on the roof. Right? It's a big square building, up on the roof. in a crazy monsoon storm. And I followed her and I saw her coming out on the ground. She turned around and looked at me. There was this flash of light and she was gone. She was gone. I searched for her. She was gone. Now I want to explain to you that Bombay guest house has got walls. It's like a old tradition way. There's no way to get out of here. There's only one way out, through the gates. The walls aren't 6 feet tall. The walls aren't 12 feet tall. The walls are like 20 feet tall. It's a huge, there's no way out. Huge, massive, thick wooden door. There's no key to get through that door other than Manush. He used to open up for us to let us in. The other guests weren't allowed to go out at night, only us. Because he knew me really well. And I was really close to him. And I used to help him because he had a lot of Israeli people coming there. And they would be a bit rowdy and cause a bit of problems. And so I would like talk to them and explain to them, like, Manush is a cool dude, man. Come on, dudes. Let's play nice, you know. Don't make too much noise here, because Rishikesh has got very strict laws. If you ever go to Rishikesh, you'll understand Lakshman Jula. And so I was really well known. I knew all the local people there. I had to go and find him to get the key to let me out. He said, "Where's your wife?" "She's here." I said, "No, she's not. She wasn't there. She had come up there and she disappeared in front of my eyes while I was looking at her." I'd searched everywhere. Then I went running through Rishikesh. I searched for her everywhere. I knew Rishikesh like the back of my hand. When I walked down the road, everybody's like, "Ah, Bolenath, Babaji, Babaji." I was like, "Kya kare hoga? Hamara partner abhi dur chalte hai. Aapko dekhna hoga." No, not seen her. I went asking everybody. I knew all the shopkeepers. I knew all the juice guys. The police there, I knew them. I knew everybody. I went through the whole of Lakshman Jula and I asked everybody. I told them my wife is gone. They said, "What do you mean she's gone?" I said to her, I explained to them what had happened. Now, this is India. When you explain to them this has happened, they don't freak out like in the West. They're like, okay. I had the whole of Lakshman Jula looking for my wife because I told them I was afraid for her. I went across the bridge to the other side. I spoke to the people on the bridge. There's security on the bridge. There's police on the bridge. They knew me well. Everybody knew me. I'd been there for a while. I was the best known Westerner in Rishikesh because I speak the language and I know everybody. And I know all the Westerners that come there as well because I was so connected to everybody in India because I'd lived there for so many years. You know, I knew the Italian crew, the Hebrew crew, the Israeli crew, the British crew, all of the different crews that would come there. And I had the nicest bike in Rishikesh. I had the coolest Enfield. So I was like one of the cool dudes, you know, with these with this big Ganesh on his massive customized tank and like, you know, massive Hell's Angels kind of scenarios on my bike and big aerials and flags, Ganapati flag, and like a massive customized bike so my ex-wife could sit comfortably on the back. So wherever we went, everybody saw us and they would all come and admire my bike and go, "Oh, this is the nicest bike we've ever seen." Customized Enfield. And anyway, I couldn't find her anywhere. I ran up and down 3 times. I did a circuit. I ended up coming back to the guest house and I was like really freaked out. When I'd come back, everybody had said, "Nay, she hasn't been here. We've asked everybody." People were coming to me to say to me, "We've been looking for your wife. No one has seen her. No one here has seen her the whole night. The last time anyone saw her was that time when you were together." And I was like, "Okay, cool. We walked together earlier to get some food." And they'd seen us. So nobody had seen her. So I went back to my place to meditate. And I went into a trance. And I sat for like an hour. And in my trance, I reached out. She was nowhere. And then suddenly, like, the ping came. I got a ping from her. And I could feel her presence in the distance. And I knew, like a radar, where she was. So I kept myself half in my body, half in the etheric. And I asked Manush to please let me in. I said, "I need to fetch her. I know where she is." Even though it was after midnight now, it's like 12:31 in the morning, he let me out. And I walked down the road for about 1 kilometer. kilometer and a bit. I had to go off the road into the wilderness. When you go like a kilometer down the road of Rishikesh, there's a patch where there's like forestry patches which go up the mountain. I had to go off following this ping into the pitch dark so that I couldn't see. Forests don't use torches. And I traveled through this pitch dark forest where the ping was getting louder and louder and louder and louder until I could feel her presence. Because I was moving with my eyes closed. Because it's easier to follow a ping with your eyes closed if you're in the forests in the dark. And so I opened my eyes and allowed my eyes to become accustomed. Now, she didn't know I was there because she couldn't sense my presence, but I could sense her presence. And then I could see in the dark, I could see this silhouette in the dark. And I moved closer towards her, and I could move very quietly in the jungles because I lived in the jungles. I was obviously barefoot. For so many years, I was like one with nature, with the ground. And I got fairly close to her, and I said to her, I called her name. I said, Emily. And she ran away. She freaked out. She ran away. And I said, no, it's me. It's Franklin. I'm here. And then she turned around and she came back and she was like shaking. And she was acting all weird. I said to her, are you okay? She said, yes, I'm fine. I said, what are you doing here? She says, what do you mean, what am I doing here? I said, do you know where you are? She said, yeah, I'm here with you. I said to her, where have you been the last 4 hours? She said, what do you mean, where have I been the last 4 hours? I've been with you the whole time. I said to her, no, you haven't. She said, yes, I have. I said, look around. She started looking around and she started getting confused. She was like, I don't remember coming here. I said, yeah. So she had lost, in her mind, she had been with me on the roof, and then she would have been with me there. And there was no time in between. But according to me and everybody else in Rishikesh, I'd been searching for her for like 3-4 hours, trying to find her. And when I finally came back with her and brought her in the next day, everybody was asking her, what happened to you? Where were you last night? She was like, what do you mean, where was I last night? Because she didn't believe me at first when I told her. She thought I was like making it up. The next day, everybody asked her. They said, no, you're aapka pati dur jayenge hoga. Dekhna kaha hai hamara pati hoga. We explained to her that I was running around asking everybody, where's my wife? What happened to her? Have you seen her? And that nobody had seen her. So she must have then spoken to like about 100 people the next day, as everybody wanted to know what happened. And she didn't know what happened. But she had literally been removed from a 3rd floor building where there's no way down other than the stairwell that I'm standing in. And that stairwell was narrow enough that if I did this, I was touching the walls. It was a single carriage stairwell, a small stairwell that went up to the roof. All the people that came to Lakshman Jula Bombay guest house would do yoga on the roof. It was our yoga space. I used to meditate on that roof in the mornings, every morning. And in the evening, sunset, before sitting down to go and play music. And everybody would come to our guest house, and because we had the room 1 floor down, which was like really big, but it's just one big square and really beautiful high ceilings. If you ever go to Rishikesh, go to Bombay guest house. Ancient building, beautiful, really special place. People paint on the walls. People do sacred geometry paintings and drawings. I'm sure they still do. So the place has got like the paintings of everybody else and all the artists that have come before on the walls. And it's a place where all the musicians gather. And so if you're a musician, that's where you go. And we would sit together every night and we'd make music, and during the day sometimes, and maybe enjoy chillums. But so yeah, now that I don't believe was any of these. I believe that was the same people that had interfered with me in 1991. Yeah, in a place called Hermetics. And but I'd been able to break out of their hold, and for that I ended up getting injuries, like internal injuries to my organs. They'd hit me with a beam weapon. So, Yeah. It's pretty hectic. Like if you've ever experienced this and you've ever seen this happen in front of your eyes, you don't know it's possible until you see it. There was no beam slowly beaming her up to the sky. It was a powerful flash. It looked like a powerful flash of lightning hidden in a storm. She was there. There was a flash. I blinked. She was gone. I stood in the doorway waiting for her to come in. Suddenly, this rain started pelting down. There's no way to climb down anywhere there. It's high, right? You can't just climb down there. It's in the rain, in the storm, stormy winds. It's 3 floors, but the ceilings are high, right? So the ceilings are about, it's concrete. There's no ceiling separated from the roof, right? So we're talking about more than 4 meters times 3, plus is one other little place up where the roof is. So we're talking about 15 meters high in the sky. And down beneath you, there's cobblestones. And there's no handhold. There's nothing to climb up or down. If you know Indian architecture, you understand what I'm talking about. You're on a flat building. There's no gutters. There's no nothing like that. They don't build like that. Something to think about. So anyway, and then there's been situations with the lizard beings. People call them the archons. I've experienced the archons out of the body in the astral, which is different. But there's actually physical beings as well. But they don't exist here. They exist somewhere else. And those guys travel to us through their etheric astral field to interact with us through our etheric astral field using their suits. Our tuition, that's funny. Who needs Halloween? This is scary. Well, this is just some of the experience. I mean, I've got a whole book of experiences I could write about one day, because I help clients as well. And there's been a lot of people I've known that I've helped in different ways with beings, and seen a lot of things, experienced a lot of extraterrestrial and extra dimensional connections with beings. And most of them don't seem to want to harm you, but they seem to want to get something from you. Although I don't know. I've had experiences that started when I was younger in 1995. In 96, started creating a relationship with these beings that claimed to be from Pleiades, but they were small, they were tiny, but they weren't physical. They were completely energetic beings. And they introduced me to going into the earth. They taught me how to spin, so that I'm laying on my back and I'm spinning, falling backwards out of my body, spinning, like going down the tube, down a drain. It feels like you're spinning. You start spinning. You spin so fast that you start falling out of your body, and you fall down, spinning downwards until you're in a place where there's other beings. And these beings were teaching me about the spheres and how to activate spheres and how to shift spheres. And they were working on my energy body to help me to align with certain spheres. But that was different beings. And they were humans. They were tall humans. And they were there physically, but I was not there physically. And I always thought that I was going through a lens in the earth, and it seemed like I would come in through a big structure. I couldn't quite figure out the structure, some kind of a pyramid. And I would come in through this kind of a weird structure that was made out of like stone, and I would end up in like a chamber where they would have these different crystal tools that they would use to work with me. And when they were done, then I would sort of like rise up and start spinning back up and spin back into my body. So that was like where my first experiences between 1995, 96 until 97, when I said goodbye to these beings because they wanted to help me upgrade my DNA. And I was like, oh, stop the horses. What do you mean upgrade my DNA? I don't need to upgrade my DNA. What do I need to change my DNA for? And also with these beings, other people could sense their presence too, not just me. So if I was sitting in the presence of you and you were sensitive, I used to spend time with my other friends and I wouldn't tell them. I would reach out with my consciousness to communicate with these beings and ask them to come. And some of the people that were around, they would be like, who is this? What is this? What am I feeling? And not because I've told them what's going on. One of my friends became so upset and scared of these beings, he didn't want to have anything to do with them. And I kept trying to introduce him to them without saying anything. We were like, basically, I would visit him and we would sit in silence for a long time. We wouldn't talk, just in each other's space. And I'd be like pretty much perpetually in a kind of a trance inside my consciousness. I'd feel the chakra and I'd be sitting in that, like around that pillar, like the inner pillar, you know, and feeling the rhythm of this sound going round and round and round inside me. And every time that I tried to call these beings, he would freak out and say, listen, I don't want them here. Please don't. I don't want them here. So he was able to sense when they were coming. And a few other people sensed them too. So that once again, these were objective beings that could be sensed by other people in my proximity. Otherwise, one might doubt that it's in one's imagination. But when you get that kind of verification from somebody else around you, who you're just sitting with them and you didn't tell them that you're reaching out to talk to beings. You didn't tell them that you're communicating with these beings and that you're saying to these beings, come here, take a look at my friend. What do you think? Can you help him? And your friend starts freaking out saying, I don't want these beings here. Please send them away. Then you know something's going on. So that was like when I was still learning to associate these things back in the 90s. And I want to point out that this friend of mine had been there with me and experienced powerful stuff in 1989, which was when I was first taught how to send beings away or open and close portals for polterkinetic beings. And his family had been under attack by polterkinetic beings that were doing physical manifestational stuff, throwing stuff around, physical objects in the house in front of you, where there's a group of you in the room and something will get picked up and hover across the room and get thrown around. Yeah. And so I had channeled a being that was like where my doors really opened for me. And this being taught me how I could open and close places in the physical realm and how I could control these beings and push them through or pull them through these spaces as I wanted to if I did this with my consciousness. And so I'd learned on the job, so to speak, with a situation where a whole household of people were being held hostage by entities that had come into the physical plane because they had Ouija board in their home. And yeah, so he knew about all of this stuff and he was sensitive to it. And, anyway, so there's just some, like, take it or leave it, some insights and experiences that this is just like the last 30 years of 35 years, 36 years of experience that I've had. And these experiences didn't start there. They started in the 70s, where I first used to channel these beings as a child. And they could communicate with me and I could see them and communicate with them after I drowned. So, but that was 1989 was where I first got put into the driver's seat and learned how to use my own potential. Because I needed to, because my friends and their family was in danger. So what do you think of that, Cosmic?
It's damn, some pretty crazy stories you got there. That's all I gotta say.
It's just the tip of the iceberg, man. Some of the stories are so hectic, I can't tell them. And they involve clients over the decades as well. So that I literally can't talk about it because they were clients, and there's a promise of privacy for any clients who come to me. But yeah, so those weren't like paying clients or anything. This is just like, these are just, by the way, just experiences that I've had along the way, that I suppose sort of formed this. But honestly, those black insect ant-like beings, to this day, some part of me is very curious about them, and I've considered going into the earth to look for them many times. But then I thought, what would be the point? Because they have a right to be where they are, and I shouldn't wage any kind of war or anything with these beings. Even if I think that they're messing with humans, I don't have a right to go and interfere with them. So, the lizard beings, I think they got funky suits. They operate with fear, by the way, the lizard beings. They manipulate you with fear. And they use vibrational sound. They use sound technology. The black ants use psychotronic technology, which interfaces directly with thought and in your hypothalamus, your brain. And some of the other beings, I don't know what technology they use. They're these beautiful human beings that are giants. You can fall in love with them. They look like the most beautiful beings you've ever seen in your life, but you very seldomly see them. You've got to really reach out to find them. And they appear like they're floating around on a chair. That's just sounding weird. Like they've got a throne that they sit on. And that throne, they can go anywhere on that throne. Imagine this is like being on a throne, traveling around. But they're big and they're beautiful. There's something about them that's different to us. They're humans, but they're big and they are so beautiful, and they are superior to any other beings that I've come in contact with, to their reach, their power, their potential. I've often thought that must be the angels, who we speak about as angels, because you will fall in love with these beings, men, women, whatever. And when you find them, they aren't fussed by you. And they can sort of like brush you off like you're like a flea. Like, oh, it's a flea. They just brush you off. And then you can't find them again. Their signature is masked. You can't interact with them. They must be like very, very high level of evolution. And I don't know how tall they are, but they must be at least 8 foot. They're much bigger than humans. I have no idea where they are, if they're in physical form or extra dimensional. It's like so little I can figure out about them. And then there's myriads of other kinds of beings as well that you can meet when you're on the astral plane. And those beings don't have formed bodies like our concept of formed bodies. Where did I find one? When I was reaching out into the cosmos, just reaching out into the cosmos, and I just became aware of one, and I drew nearer and nearer and nearer to it. It's like you're drawing nearer to it. It's like you're moving through a funnel. Imagine you're moving through a funnel towards this being, and these beings could see me coming, and they would just be like, and my funnel, like I can't find them. Where normally beings can't do that. Once you pick up on their vibration and their signature, they can't shake you, because we are more powerful than these beings psychically. I never called one. I just saw them by accident when I was going into deep states of reverie. like it would normally be when I was in a very super high state of consciousness, Howard. Like in such a state of peace that I'm like above my body, outside of my body, and I'm big. It's like I'm big. I'm like the whole thing. I'm like spread out everywhere. I think we are very high on the tier. And a lot of these beings that mess with us are way lower than us on the tier, and we just don't know it. But they want us to believe that they're higher than us on the tier. I have no idea, Howard. I have no idea. I thought I knew things, and then I experienced more things, and it just made me have more questions. And but what I do know is that, like, you know, like Cosmic says, these perfect beings, I think there's a problem. Yeah. It's better to have a being that's honest and upfront with you. Like if you're gonna communicate with beings, one that's practical and grounded and real, and like this is where it's at, and that you're not gonna buy everything they tell you, because you know that they're imperfect like you, and they're just telling you like a little bit of something. Sort of like a tour guide. He's telling you about the place where he lives. He doesn't really necessarily know everything he's telling you. It's just his experiences, and that's like, you know, like what I'm telling you guys. Yeah, these are just experiences. I don't really know this. It's just fragments of experiences which have given me certain perspectives and like semblances of knowledge. Yeah, trees. What are your thoughts on trees and the consciousness of trees, guys? Sorry that I've been going on and on. I got lost in a rabbit hole.
I feel like trees are alive and they have a consciousness. You just kind of have to slow down your thinking to tune up into it. And they carry ancient wisdom. And the ancient Taoist sages would say that stone also carries that wisdom as well.
I think trees, they're essentially, I've always had like a thought of like, what if plants, because they don't necessarily have like external senses like eyes, nose, and ears, what if their consciousness is purely in the astral or dream realm, right? That was something I've been thinking about.
Yeah, in a different time zone. Yeah. Like our time is like this, their time is like that. Our lives are short little lives. Their lives are long, drawn out lives. Yeah. They're like in a different world where time operates differently. So sorry to have gotten so excited, guys. I got carried away. Memory lane.
All good.
So are there any other thoughts that you guys want to throw on the table before we see? It's 5 hours and 23 minutes. I don't know how it got to be that way. But
you should do like an episode where you just talk about like these experiences. It's very entertaining to listen to.
Yeah, maybe. I did it with Jeremy. We did a whole series of the diary. Is it the Diary of a Shaman? No, what's it called? What was the series called? I haven't seen it. I haven't looked at it. I actually haven't watched it. Autobiography of a Shaman, and it's like it's 10 hours of like you know where the journey starts, and like probably a lot of these stories are in there, like around, and there's like all sorts of things. Yeah, different. Some of them are like extra dimensional, some of them are this dimensional. You know, teachers I've met along the way, these Gurujis, what I've learned here, what I've learned there, and things that have happened, and Gaia. Yeah, Gaia, Mother Earth. So, I mean, if you guys don't have anything else to add to the table, shall we wrap it up?
Yeah, I think we're ready to wrap it up. How about you, Indy?
Yeah, I guess we could.
Unless you got something more to add, I could sit here for a moment and light some more frankincense.
We'll save it for next week, I guess. But it's been a great extra bonus.
We've also
Yeah.
we've got to do that thing with the languages still. I haven't had time to research this week. This week was like one of those weeks, but I'm actually going to do a bit of homework. Indy, we mentioned it last week, and it's like looking at these languages. I think it'd be very interesting, Cosmic, for you to like. Have you written a dictionary of words?
You know, I don't have a complete dictionary of words, but I do have some word. I don't have a complete dictionary, but I do have some words that are like Fae words that I can like show you sometime. I don't have like a whole lot written down in terms of that, but because I haven't really spent the time figuring out how to come up with how to channel all the words for things. But yeah, I could maybe go into that a little bit. It's not like I haven't gone too in depth with it, but yeah. That'd be something I'd be interested in.
Because that would be interesting and curious for me as well, to compare that to different etymologies and different like earth-based languages, and to see certain cross correlations or differences or nuances. I think there'd be like a lot of interesting, because like to me it seems like there must be some kind of shared link of how cymatics forms creation. And even in different planes of existence, there's going to be some kind of a connection between the sound and the meaning. Like I think onomatopoeia is central to all language.
I mean, that's kind of basically how I had it in mind when I initially channeled the Fae alphabet. In that the the sounds of each of the Zerfaxes is basically the shape is trying to sort of draw what the sound sounds like. It captures the sound. So there is definitely a relation between sound and symbol with the Zerfax language.
So there's an idea, something for you to compile, and maybe it's the next level of your work.
Could be. I mean, there's so many like different like avenues and different like routes I could take with this stuff. Like not just in terms of magic, but like in terms of like time and like physics and extra dimensional sexuality, magic and other races, theories of magic. Like it's just like, yeah, there's a lot. It's hard to figure out where to start, and you know, I think that's kind of like where I'm trying to like figure out like what's a good like, you know, organized path to like really streamline this information.
Okay, well, it's been an absolute pleasure with all of you, and I'd love to hear more about that, Cosmic. I think that would be a great thing to add to the conversation about language, and like compare that, you know, on your chart with your alphabet. Be interesting to have different avenues to put things together with, you know. Probably find that a lot of our earth-based and ancient languages have some kind of connection to all other languages out there. It just seems logical to me. Sending you all big love, big blessings. I hope you guys got what you came for. Hope you enjoyed the show. I enjoyed the show. Sorry if I got verbal diarrhea. I get emotional when I think about some of these things in the past, for obvious reasons. And sending you all big love, big blessings. Om Namah Shivaya.
All right, take it easy, guys. Franklin, Indy, chat. Take it easy.
Big love, Cosmic.
Big
Take
love.
it easy. It's been an honor being here with you guys as always. And love, peace, and harmony. Peace out, everybody. Don't forget to smile, because smiling is what makes life worth.